talking like that. It's really getting too much, but I can't pull back. Though I try to resist, I can't fight this. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. How I try to sleep, but you're deep in my mind. Got a hold of me. When I'm awake, I'm all blind. You and your magic, like infinite power. God knows I tried to resist, but you're pulling me closer. Oh, I gotta stay away, but you won't let me. And no one makes me feel like you do. And no one sets my body on fire. And no one gives me shivers like you. Oh, no one does it better. No one does it better.
Good morning. Welcome to the 6th issue of the Fruit Business Conference, National Conference in Moldova, which despite of the pandemic, this year we managed to organize it in a different form, but hopefully it will have the same value likewise in the previous 5 issues. For a start, I'd like to express our gratitude to our partners due to which or who made this event possible, and here I refer to the investment agents who is a fidel partner in extending the markets and promoting a clear message to the producers and exporters of fruits in Moldova, to main sponsors, BASF, Advice and Consulting, Bayer Company, Corteva Company, Livada Moldovi, the project, and Adama, of course. I'd like to mention here the sponsor Phytomag Moldova company, which is always on our side, and the media agrobusiness news portal. Unfortunately, this year has had effects or been subject to some impacts which will remain in history, and I refer to a rather difficult agricultural season and the pandemic. But anyway, we managed together with the team, because this event required efforts made on behalf of the Moldova Fruit team that managed to put an interesting agenda. We are looking forward to positive and fruitful discussion and communication with partners from the EU countries and other countries involved in this sector. We are inviting you, dear participants, to make yourself comfortable before the computers, in front of the computers, and I'd like to mention that on the screen window you will see the buttons that you may press to choose the language, either English, Russian, or Romanian, and of course we will find the chat where you can ask questions to the speakers who are gonna take the floor. In this context, I would like to give the floor for a welcoming speech to the chairperson of the exporters and producers of fruits, Moldova Fruit, Mr. Vitaly Gorenchoi. Dear colleagues, I want to also welcome you warmly, and I wish you to have a good and interesting discussions during the 6th issue of the fruit business. This is a very important event for the sector, particularly during the pandemic. I want to use this opportunity and welcome Mr. Ion Pergiu, the Minister of Agriculture, Regional Development, Mr. Scotland, Raduca Verbeniuk from Investment Agency in Agriculture. For all of us, those involved in the fruit and grapes sector, we are going to have an interesting workshops together with our colleagues who have already covered this difficult path and have gained really good or positive experience and practice. We're looking forward to producers and speakers from Russia and EU from the markets who will make an insight on the markets where we do export the fruits, so we can set areas for the development in the near future. This year has highlighted the fact that if the fruits are of good quality and compliant, it is easy to find a trade market for them. I mentioned repeatedly that the safe and good quality fruits will always find a buyer and consumer, and will remunerate the agricultural producers by paying an appropriate price. So the 15,000 tons of plums for the demand received from, or for the request received from Germany is already a small volume, and as well as the volume requested by other countries, because during the year 2020, or the year proved that even this volume that was increased by 50% is already small for our sector. During 2020, the year 2020 highlighted major problems, and I'd like to reiterate. So every time we say that access to water sources for irrigation becomes the biggest challenge for the future of this sector. Last year, during this event, we stated that calculations have been made by the World Bank, showing that only as a result of climate change, Moldova has the possibility to, is likely to lose over $600 million, and this shall warn us and make us study this problem to find the solution, because every year we hear this challenge and problem mentioned during the meetings and by the producers. The obsolete range of varieties continues being a major challenge. This is a problem that can be solved within our association, as well as by the Ministry of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment, together with our scientific researchers with extended experience in this regard. And I think investment in modern orchards and in post-harvesting technologies are really urgent. The development program for the year until 2025 envisions a range of actions that will come to solve this issue and lay the basis for sustainable development. I didn't intend to approve this program just for the sake of having a program. We simply want, whenever we sit around the table discussing with the development partners, with financiers who can invest in this branch, for them to see clearly that we do have a clear program and we know where we are heading. I want to welcome and express our gratitude to the American people via Mr. Scotland and to His Excellency Ms. Hogan, Ambassador, U.S. Ambassador, for approving and endorsing this program. The producers shall cooperate in the implementation of technologies and embracing innovations, but most importantly, we need to cooperate in ensuring in the marketing. So whenever we would be asked, what does this program give us? And I said that we developed it with the support of all the stakeholders involved in this sector, and we started developing this program starting with the sales plan, which is a novelty compared to the previous programs. Moldova Fruit Team developed an ambitious action plan for this ambitious agenda for this event. I want to highlight the investment agency's contribution. This organization has become a trustworthy partner in extending our export markets, particularly during the pandemic, which has proved once again, if you knock a door, you will be open it definitely. So, and only by working on a daily basis, involving the association team with the board of directors, we succeeded to find support, not only moral support, but financial support as well. We are supported by sponsors, Bayer, Livada Moldovi, Advice Consulting, Adama, Fitomag, BASF, Media Partners, Agrobusiness Portal, and other agencies that have been beside us during this year. I invite you, dear fruit growers, to take advantage of the presentations of over 40 speakers in order to embrace new knowledge and ideas to the benefit of the country, to the benefit of the Moldovan producers and development partners. Thank you very much, and I wish you productive workshops and discussions during the 3 days of our event. Thank you, Mr. Gorenchoi. Usually you're very positive, and thank you for being beside us during this hardship period, not only for Moldova but for the entire world as well. And I'm glad that you've used the 10 minutes as planned, and I would be very grateful if everybody tries to use to follow the agenda. And now the General Director for the Agency for Intervention and Payments in Agriculture, Investment Agency, sorry, which has been supporting us for years. Dear hosts, dear Mr. Chairperson, distinguished officials and experts, first of all, on behalf of the Investment Agency, allow me to extend our congratulations for launching the National Conference on Fruit Business, and I'm really glad that such events continue despite of the pandemic in order to extend the visibility space via online platforms and promoting and opening new collaboration perspectives, which maybe in a face-to-face form would not allow us to do so. So the pandemic would not stop us from continuing our activity, while Moldova, via its companies, managed to prove a proactive approach used in integrating, in more efficient integration in the global value chain. The participation of the investment agency in this event is caused by two accomplishments. Moldova has a special taste, and I am confident while saying this because it's among the leading exporters of fresh fruits. According to well-stopped experts, Moldova ranks on the 12th country according to the results achieved in 2019, with a value of exports of $106 million. And according to Global Trade Mac, it is the 8th country exporting apples, exporting circa 255 tons of apples, which help us draw a line, share experience, and show the potential of Moldova in terms of innovations, new technological trends, and trade solutions for our fruits. Moldova Fruit Association, during its 14 years of activity, has become a major power, not only in its sector, as well as an example of good collaboration of the 180 members of it. And its domestic and international activity, they have become true ambassadors of the country brand, bearing the life arbor or tree in different fairs, and they use the color of the brand, and by aligning to this brand name, we're encouraging the other partners to define Moldova at international level by using the unique symbol of economic development. The investment agency is a confident partner of Moldova Fruit Associations, both locally and internationally. We supported the development of the information certification system which will allow to improve the efficiency of the association's operations, facilitating the export of fresh and processed horticultural products. So export morning program has been developed that is dedicated to local producers aimed at increasing the competencies with regard to production and export. So the association shared their viewpoints related to access and promotion of their products to 10 export markets, both from the European space as well as into China and Russian Federation. The efficiency of sessions motivate us to launch a new project, export missions, in 2021, which undertakes to build partnerships between the local or domestic partners and buyers from strategic markets. During over 3 years, the investment agency has provided over 4 million lei support for the participation in the most important exhibitions and fairs that have become a tradition for Moldova, to United Arab Emirates, Spain, Russia. So in 2019-2020, over 30 local companies participated in exhibitions and fairs, generating exports of over $56 million in value. On behalf of the investment agency, I want to reconfirm our support and our assistance during the next year, and I believe that the current issue of the conference will bring a new insight and a new vision and an action plan for the year 2021, which will position Moldova even higher in the ranking and will make it more familiar by its good taste, fruits, and people, hardworking people, which make it so valuable. We wish you to have a productive conference. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Rodica. Indeed, we have a very fruitful collaboration with your agency, and hopefully we hope to continue our collaboration for the success of fruit growers of Moldova. Next speaker will be Scott Hochländer, the head of the USAID mission to the Republic of Moldova, an organization that has been supporting Moldova's development for over 20 years, particularly the fruit growing sector. Due to the USD support, together with the projects and currently under the value-added agriculture, we managed to align or to face the challenges which allows us use the technologies and work better on foreign markets.
Thank you for coming this morning to us. I would offer, I would present the room for you to make a speech to our members, and we would like to thank very much USAID and the American people for supporting Moldova for more than 20 years, and especially for horticulture sector to adjust to these new conditions of pandemic and identifying the best instruments to be closer to our partners in end markets and in developing a new horticulture that is a good basement for the development of all the country. Thank you, and please.
Yeah, thanks, Yuri. Mr. Perju, Director Revenue, Chairman Gorn Choi, producers, partners, colleagues. It's great to be here.
Молдовы господин Горенчур. Я
agriculture. It's such a big part of Moldova's history and culture. I also think it's integral to Moldova's future, and I think the sector, through Moldova Fruit and other associations, is really showing the way forward, which brings me to this great event. To the economic and social systems is still not known. The effects of COVID-19 were further exacerbated by several weather-related shocks, drought, hail, late spring frost. In Moldova's 2020 agriculture season, it's been a difficult year. So what are we learning from this? We know the importance of fostering greater agility, self-reliance, and resilience through the agriculture system. Ultimately, what we want the sector to have is increased capacity to respond to crises induced by health pandemics, unseasonal weather patterns, artificial constraints on trade imposed by neighbors, and economic downturns. So how do we do this? One way is through digital solutions. Online business, ag tech, et cetera, are important tools for the high-value agriculture sector. This event is a great example. To this end, USAID has assisted agriculture producers and exporters in adjusting their communication and market linkage activities through digital, multi-channel marketing, and virtual business-to-business events. Additionally, USAID supports building models that efficiently connect international buyers with Moldovan businesses and decreases over-reliance on any one market. USAID is also working with the Ministry of Economy and other donors on a promising e-commerce initiative. The second pathway to resilience is stronger, sustainable, and self-reliant agriculture associations, agile businesses, agribusinesses, as well as stronger coordination of sector stakeholders. Moldova Fruit Association proved again this year that it can respond to members' challenges through advocacy, facilitation of market linkages, and provision of training. Moldova products are reaching previously hard to reach markets in Europe through creativity and innovation. The USAID MFA Mitra Exporter Initiative, launched a couple of weeks ago, presented buyers with unprecedented virtual access to Moldova's market-ready growers during a period of limited international travel. Through another successful digital marketing campaign on freshplaza.com, interest and access to Moldova products is growing. With USAID support, agribusinesses have been increasingly investing in state-of-the-art technologies such as flow pack packaging, climate-smart irrigation, modern harvesting equipment, and adopting improved practices that are leading to international certifications like Global GAP. The agriculture sector must be strategic and look forward into the future. The recent approval of the Horticulture Development Program is an achievement that will serve as a joint strategic platform for coordination. The sector will benefit from improved coordination among sector stakeholders, the government, private sector, and development partners in improving access to markets, accelerating investment in infrastructure and innovation, building stronger linkages between private sector and educational institutions, and enabling businesses to succeed. Agriculture is an essential sector in Moldova. It's part of the cultural heritage. To ensure it remains that way, we need to see more youth engaged in and excited about agriculture. If you've not seen an episode of AgriCool through Journal TV, please check it out. I would like to take a moment to especially thank Chairman Gorenchoi and the entire Moldova Fruit team for their leadership and agility in helping the sector adjust to the realities of COVID-19 and for actively implementing digital marketing solutions with the support of the USAID High Value Agriculture team. For our part, USAID will continue to support the Moldovan horticulture sector in helping overcome these challenges and taking advantage of new opportunities. This conference is an important forum to analyze the lessons learned to take advantage of all Moldova's accomplishments to date. This year ahead will undoubtedly continue to present many challenges. However, the successful adjustment to the operational reality during COVID-19, as well as the recent approval of HDP, provide all of the necessary ingredients for launching the Moldova horticulture sector into a bright future. Taste definitely makes a difference. Thank you very much, Yuri, for giving me this opportunity to talk, and the best of luck during the conference.
Thank you, Scott. It was a pleasure to have you in our audience virtual. I would like to notice that your support and it's constantly and consistently to develop models and to achieve the results that we are expecting for. And once again, we would like to ask to thank USAID for supporting us to elaborate on the approbation of horticultural program for 21-25. Thank you again. Thank you again. And
I would like to mention that the USAID was provided a very constant support to agricultural sector, and due to that particular support, we have got a lot of good development models in the fruit orchard business that has been followed by so many colleagues and partners from the fruit sector. Here, I would like to give the floor and invite Mr. Minister of Agriculture, Regional Development and Environment. Mr. Perja, I would like to invite you to take the floor, who would also be connected remotely. And he would be given the possibility for some welcoming remark, as well as to ensure the support of the ministry in terms of the policy development in that particular sector. Good morning, Mr. Minister. Dear colleagues, dear Mr. Chairperson of the Moldova Fruit Association, so Mr. Hockman.
Again at this conference.
Dear participants in the agricultural sector, in particular everybody involved in the orchard growing, in the horticulture of the Republic, dear representatives of the business associations in that particular field, I'm so pleased to participate in that particular event, which is so much important for the fruit business in the Republic of Moldova. And this is the 6th edition of the conference, which is dedicated and focused on the Moldovan agricultural business. And I would like to mention all the agricultural producers, because the orchard growers growing represent a very important sector. This is a very important platform to know more about different kind of varieties, some advanced technologies, as well as some of the future prospects for that important sector. Orchard growing horticulture is a very important sector for the national economy. It's not important only for agri-food, but this is a source that generates a lot of income, as well as new jobs are being created in the rural areas. So this sector engages more than 1,000 companies that are involved directly in processing, as well as the direct farming and growing. More than 10,000 employees are being hired. So this is the basic staff that is being engaged there. I'm not including here the seasonal workers that are also involved from time to time, but so they generate about 5 billion lei annually. This is the turnover, which shows what is the importance of that particular sector. Naturally, the multiplying effect from the other sectors of the economy throughout the entire value chain, starting with the suppliers and coming with the input and output, and the horticulture, as well as all the partners that are involved in the processing, distribution, packing, and logistics, transport, delivery, and the trading of the horticulture business in the Republic of Moldova. This is a very massive market. So speaking about the orchard growing, so we have seen a lot of stages in the development. You have personally participated in these kind of stages in development. On the one side, we can speak about the diversification of all the crops, but along with the adjustment of the state policy in the development of that particular sector, so we have seen an improvement Also, we have seen a massive subsidization provided to that particular sector. Nevertheless, the year of 2020 has rethought as well as developed some new policies at national level. So here we can speak about the pandemic as well as the drought, a severe drought, unprecedented one that has affected the Republic of Moldova as well as the national economy was impacted and made all the problems go deeper. In addition to all the natural calamities, so the most impairing one was the drought, but the drought started in autumn 2018, and regretfully, speaking about our region and speaking about the Republic of Moldova, this geographical region has become already a normality to be impacted by the drought, and this is the result of the natural calamities as well as all the changes and all the climate changes, and the temperature actually went beyond 2 centigrades. So that was a very big impact on the orchard growing, on the agriculture in general. And we can speak about a very difficult situation in the south, in the central part of Moldova, and a better one in the north. And also we speak about the early frost in the spring up to -13 degrees. Even in a shorter period of time, this early frost lasting for a couple of days provoked a very big climatic shock for the agricultural sector, in particular for the orchard growing sector. And a lot of trees and plantations have been affected, impacted, as well as the cuttings and the crafts have been affected, that they reduced the total income and the output. Regardless of all the challenges, the food growing in 2020 proved to be comparatively a good one compared with the previous year, 2019. But also under the current conditions, we can see a better result. In 2020, on a total surface of about 160,000 hectares of perennial plantations, so a total production of about of stone fruit of about 163,000 tons has been harvested. So this is some statistical data, like preliminary statistical data. This data will have to be adjusted. Also, if you speak about seed fruit, about 145,000 tons have been produced in some of the varieties. For example, if you speak about the plum, so 1,500,000 tons. So the harvest was a bit higher compared with 2019, so we can see an increase. Also, we speak about the walnuts. The harvest was also very good, including 17,000 tons of walnut was collected, as well as some soft fruit that was collected from growing shrubs, and the tonnage was very high. Now, looking into the National Statistical Bureau, the export in December 2020, so represented about 240.9 thousand tons that was exported during these months. Also, the biggest share, about 171.3 thousand tons of apple, 41.2 thousand tons of plum. Out of the total quantity that was exported, that represents 87% of the total trade, which is going to the sales market, but actually the majority of the fruit, about 12/13%, is exported to the EU market. And very little is exported to some Asian markets. So that shows what is the orientation of the Republic of Moldova, namely on the traditional market. Processing factories bought about 150,000, and out of them 130 of apples and some of the stone fruits. Vegetable growing also represents a very important part of the horticulture. The global production is similar for the last 3 years, so it's kind of stable. But nevertheless, I would like to see an increase in the vegetable growing, grape production, harvesting of grape. So 60,000 hectares, which is the average harvest, and the harvest was 3.4 tons per hectare. That is a reduction compared with 2019. So I would like to give you these figures to understand that 2020, as a result of the frost and the drought, affected not only the first group of the crops like cereals or wheat, or the second one being so the flower seed. or the corn, but also the horticulture and the orchard growing was affected very much. Looking into the difficult situation of the Republic of Moldova agriculture, the government tried to provide a lot of subsidies as well as to make the agriculture more resilient and be more adjusted to the new challenges, as well as to promote some actions that would have a systemic impact on the sector. So we're speaking about a longer-term effect, a sustainable development, because we know that the natural calamities as well as the climate change affect us so much. In this regard, several actions have been undertaken in order to rehabilitate the irrigation sector, which is in a very difficult situation. We've been mentioning this several times. Also, as of now, so we have about 78 centralized irrigation systems that are being placed on a total area of 130,000 hectares. So it doesn't mean that we are covering by irrigation this hectarage, but nevertheless, we are trying to encourage the spread of the irrigation system. So this irrigation system is in a very difficult being used and exploited for more than 30 years, and they require rehabilitation, and about 80% of the irrigation systems need to be replaced. Also speaking about the parceling and the privatization of the hydrotechnical equipment reduced from the complexity of the hydrological system that the Republic of Moldova has got. And I mean, not only, I speak not only about irrigation, but also speak about the dewatering, as well as the lakes and the ponds that have been destroyed should also be included in our rehabilitation. In order to strengthen all the policies in the agriculture and the irrigation, a series of measures have been undertaken. Several laws and decrees have been promoted, and different laws also were amended. Different normative regulations were amended, and several impediments and obstacles have been excluded regarding the irrigation. The procedure was simplified, and the water use is more simplified. And these amendments were introduced at the beginning of 2020 of this agriculture in the springtime. So these amendments were supposed to come into effect and were supposed to be made 2 years ago, but they were delayed. There were some proposals that were kept on the shelves and did not come into effect. Several amendments were introduced in the one-stop shop in terms of the licensing, authorization, issuance for environmental use of water. So groundwater use for sprinkling and irrigation. A lot of debates and a lot of criticism appeared as a result of this regulation, but now the Moldovan producers can use the groundwater for irrigation purposes. But this is only for drip irrigation, and only for the value-added production can be used. And here it's important to talk about the orchard grown vegetable, fruit, horticulture sector is very important to be included in the irrigation. We're speaking about grape as well as the orchard production. Although this regulation is still being criticized and we hear a lot of negative feedback about the use, a lot of complaints have been lodged. Some of the people trying to challenge this regulation that was adopted, but I would like to mention that this regulation is so much important for agricultural produce, in particular for the farmers of the Republic of Moldova. It is empirical. As a follow-up of all the actions from the Ministry of Agriculture together with the Water Users Association, so this water can be used for irrigation, and the centralized irrigation can be used and also be rehabilitated. More than 117 stations have to be, pumping stations have to be irrigated, and the investment needs raised to about 4 billion lei. More than 30 water users associations were created as of today, and we know that the irrigation system and the irrigation stations have already been delegated and forwarded to the water users associations. They should be the owners and should dictate the price. The tariff for the water shall be established by the water users association. What is the need of financial resources in order to invest and to rehabilitate the irrigation and pumping stations, and what shall the state provide in such a way that the irrigation users be helped. In this regard, the state is conducting some negotiations with the development partners in order to implement all the objectives, all the milestones in that particular sector, and to ensure proper irrigation and the rehabilitation of the entire irrigation system. Several local policies were adjusted in order to help the horticulture in general. In the light of the aforementioned, I would like to say that the government has undertaken a lot of balanced policies to support the agricultural producers that have contributed to stabilizing the existing situation in the market. So Mr. Chairperson or Mr. Gorinchoy mentioned the fact that the program for horticulture was already approved. This program should have been approved at the beginning of 2020, but there were a lot of delays, a lot of discussions, a lot of debates. But what is important is that the program has eventually been approved. But what is even more important for us is that everything that is included in the program be implemented, all the actions be put into real results and be implemented properly, because all the financial means that are necessary to ensure the coverage and implementation of the program raised to approximately 11 billion lei. More than 30% of this amount of these financial resources will be provided via the National Development Fund. A lot of subsidies will be provided by the state. So this is a very ambitious program, and this is a very important program for the growers and for the horticulture, because the purpose would be to expand so the intensive orchard surface sprinklers up to 22,000 hectares. So that would be the total surface in order to increase the global production output of fruit, as well as to expand the irrigated surfaces, as well as to have a bigger number of cold storages to deposit and to store the fruit and the harvest and the yield. Also, I would like to mention some other laws that were adopted in the last year. I would like to mention the law on subsidization in agriculture, because you might know that this law has been debated for so long, and they share the quota by which out of the state budget, about 70% of the insurance policy will be covered, compared with the previous 50% of the insurance policy. That's an important amendment that should encourage the insurance that has to be provided to the farmers, to the agricultural producers. And the second is to provide the quality of harvest insurance. We know about the problems that were in the past, when only the quantity was insured and not the harvest per se. And also the quality was much affected as a result of natural calamities, and thereby the agricultural producers did not have the possibility to be compensated, to be paid in case of some damages. And now the risk products for subsidization has also been expanded. The law on the principles of subsidization was also amended in cooperation with the Business Association as well as with the Moldova Fruit Association. Encouraging the post-harvesting and the processing of goods was also covered, as well as the age ceiling was changed. Various conditions, likewise, the condition of 50% of input was also excluded from the subsidization program. And since this year is a very particular year, and we have to look at it in the light of COVID, a lot of persons have come from abroad, and we have a lot of migrants that are now being included in the eligible list for subsidization, and different facilities will be provided for the return migrants, and we hope that they will be encouraged to invest into the agriculture, in particular in the horticulture. Under such situation, the government has undertaken several measures in order to reduce all the effects of pandemic, but also to reduce the drought consequences. And we have also tried to promulgate the local tax, expanding the local tax, as well as the support program for business community, including the activities in agriculture be included. Mr. Minister, can't you hear us? So there's a question from the listeners. Could we put a question? Can we? I would like to mention a couple of legal initiatives, and then I would be available to answer all the questions. But please try to be more concise, because we have a very big list of persons on our agenda waiting online. I would like just to mention a couple of other actions that are also necessary to be undertaken in the future, in addition to the measures that I mentioned until now, in the light of pandemic, in the light of the drought, in the light of the early frost. Also, we're speaking about 2KR, Agro programs, as well as the expanding the possibility for loans and the interest rate for agriculture provided. These incentives have to be mentioned. Those that did not manage to benefit from this should also take the advantage of these programs. Speaking about the future prospects to improve the situation in the future, as I have already mentioned, in 2020 we are completing, so we're finalizing the strategy for agriculture and rural development insurance. Now we are starting developing a new strategy in agriculture and rural development. A new strategy for irrigation sector development will be approved and developed. Why do I mention the irrigation? Why this sector is so important? Because under the context of climate change, we have to rehabilitate what has been destroyed during the previous years. But the focus will be and the emphasis will be made on some other elements. Should avoid coming to a situation when we have irrigation, but we don't have surfaces for irrigation. We have to improve the capacity. Our agricultural treasure and the lands have to be improved, and we have to limit the chemical fertilizers usage and also be more focused on the organic fertilizers. And the fertilizers should be used in a proper manner. And we'll try to focus on the cattle breeding and expanding the anti-hail surface areas, because we know what happened this year in the southern and northern part of the Republic of Moldova affected by hail and thunderstorm. Because for this year, about 18 points were envisaged for the anti-hail, but practically under this program we would be able to expand it up to 2 million hectares for anti-hail. So this is the maximum surface that can be protected against hail. But nevertheless, there will be some white spots, some of the portions on the border that will not be covered with anti-hail. Some of the border lines with Romania and Ukraine that cannot be covered, cannot be ensured with anti-hail protection at this moment. So we are now negotiating with our neighbors. Some international agreements would have to be negotiated in this context. Also, it's important to speak about the renewal and launching of some other sectors. Likewise, the seedling production has to be, and the planting material, local one, shall be expanded, and we have to use the material and the inputs that is tested under the conditions of the Republic of Moldova. And this year has showed once again that the planting material, the tested one, is required under the current natural calamities and the climate change. This is what I wanted to tell you, dear colleagues, dear producers, agricultural farmers. Now I stand ready to answer your questions. A lot of activities need to be implemented together jointly, but without the proper support of our development partners. Here I would like to mention USAID, as well as without the direct involvement of the business, of the agricultural farmers, it would be very difficult to accomplish these objectives. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much for this very important presentation. I hope that we are following the time. One question appeared from the members of the Fruit Growers Association. So what is the current state of play with the customs fees for the export of fruit to the Russian Federation from January 1st? So we are now discussing this issue with the Russian Federation representatives, and we hope will be heard and that it will be also expanded to cover the next year. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Thank you very much for finding time as well as speak before more than 300 persons that are participating online in this conference. I would like to wish you a good day, and we are open to cooperate in such a way that together we'll be able to promote all these new ideas and new policies in the horticulture sector. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would also like to tell you that the government is also a partner that would support the government of the Republic of Moldova in all the activities. And thank you very much for whatever you are doing for the country. So this is the end of our official part. And now I would like to invite you to go to the work of the conference. I would like to provide a short presentation, and I will give you a short overview about the sector and the future development perspectives. I hope that you feel comfortable. And you
Bună ziua, încă o dată.
Good day once again. So allow me to speak about the analysis and the result of the Moldovan fruit sector in 2020. I will speak about the evolution of the sector in 2020, and also I will speak about the production, the global production, the output, the export of apple, pear, plum, grape, table grape, and also I will speak about the situation in the most important in the sour cherry, in the sweet cherry sector, in the table grape. And also I will speak about the brand of Moldova, the best taste, and that we suggest that this become like the business card for the horticulture sector in the Republic of Moldova, and speak about the quality. Looking into the dynamics of the areas in the surface dynamics, so Mr. Minister said that we have about 122,000, but here we mainly speak about apple, and in the apple we can see a reduction, a slow reduction in the surface area for apple, for grape. And this is a continuous because a lot is being cut due to the support that is provided by the government in order to cut the old orchards and replacing them with the new one. We have a slow reduction in the plum because in 2016 we had 22.3 thousand hectares, but now annually, along with the cutting and with the plantations, we can see a different increase, and we have about 22.7 thousand, a slight increase in the hectares. For apricot, there's a tendency, and the producers pay more attention. From 3.2 thousand in 2016, we have come to 3.7 thousand. For cherries, we have seen an increase. More and more producers are focusing on the cherry sour and sweet cherries, and we can see some new producers that are making investments in the surface growth. And also another drop can be witnessed for peach production. They're being replaced, so the old peach orchards are being replaced in a massive scale. Also, if you look on the global production dynamic of global production that was mentioned by Mr. Minister, so this year was a very difficult year for the sector. So we have seen a reduction by 30% in the apple production from 600 something to 400,000 something in 2020. Also, there's a reduction in plum production. Our sector estimates about 60,000 of tons for cherries. But as a result of the early frost, a very severe one, so the output was like in half reduced, both globally and locally. The same situation is for the apricots. Now, shortly, I would like to speak about the export of apple. That is also mentioned by Mr. Minister, but on this graph, I would like to show diversification, how we try to diversify the output, and how this diversification of the market outlets. I would like to mention the very big high dependence of the apple export for CIS markets, mainly traditionally channeled on the Russian market. But it's important to look how this distribution is done by months of the year. And we can see that in some of the months, so the biggest share of exports is done in the second part of the season. That's starting from January 1st and coming to May, so that's the biggest export season. And there's a challenge for us because Apple have to comply with the high quality standards such a way that they can be stored for a longer period until throughout the winter and springtime. So that's a very important task and a serious challenge for us. Plum export from the Republic of Moldova. This year, the plums So the plum producers and the exporters, regardless of the small harvest and yield, they have taken advantage of all the opportunities that appeared on the European market. They managed to export plums to various countries of EU. Actually, 14 countries out of 28 countries of EU have been covered in the plum export trade. If you look on the social platforms, you can see that our connationals would place different kind of pictures with the brand Moldovan plums, trying to encourage the buyers to buy the Moldovan plums. So we can see that the plum production is less dependent on the traditional market. We can see a diversification in the export. In 2019, we exported approximately 20,000 to EU market, but so we have increased the export to EU market only in the first 11 months by 11%. Only in the first 11 months. And also we have seen a decrease in the export to traditional markets, and that's also very positive trend. And our producers have reoriented themselves, and the price is high. We can see an increase to the EU market and decrease to the Russian and Ukrainian market. So the export to Germany, Austria, and Poland increased twofold. So that's another situation. So the export of grapes from the Republic of Moldova, in particular table grape. So the surface, the area of grapes coverage stays at the same level, but the yield year by year is different, is dropping. And during the last 3 years, you can see the decrease starting from 2018, going to 2019 up to 2020. So we have seen a reduction in the total quantity, and it shows that the sector is affected, or actually the production technologies are not in line with the climate shocks and the changes that take place in that particular sector. So the main export lines are focused, actually go to Russian Federation, and practically this year the share is 70%. And that's an increase compared with the previous season of 2019, because in the previous year we exported only 62% to the Russian Market Federation. This year it's over 70% during 11 months. So this is the Russian Federation market. Also, there is a reduction in the yield, in the harvest of grape, as well as in the quantities exported to these markets.
If refer to the current status and future perspectives of the sector for the apples, I'd like to refer here to the results of this season. The pandemic posed Moldova on top of the consumer preferences in a way proving to be healthy and safe, and due to the longer storage period and easier assimilation. And during the previous season finished with a positive trend. The yields this year are much lower, minus 30% in Moldova, and relatively small to the EU, and constituting 1%, but could not get or reach the situation of last year with approximately 15 million. So, but actually these circumstances create some positive expectations, but we need to take into account the fact that the pandemic conditions may influence the purchasing or the buying capacity, as many countries are faced with the economic crisis, which will generate unemployment, and of course the crisis may generate logistics obstacles. I showed a graph previously which demonstrates the dependency of apple exports to CIS countries, and this is to a large extent due to the obsolete varieties range and poor alignment to quality standards and marketing standards in order to succeed on other markets. If referred to the plum sector, Moldovan exporters of plums, and I mentioned that they took advantage of the deficit of plums on the EU market, and the plums were exported to 14 EU out of 28 EU countries. We still have 14 countries where we may intensify our penetration efforts. So we need to mention that the taste and freshness of Moldovan plums create this window for for opportunities. So, and the quality standards allow us to use this opportunity. We need to know the quality standards very well. It is easy to create a good impression, but we need to maintain, to be consistent. And I proved or I disclosed this problem to align to quality standards and safety standards as a solution in order to maintain our position on the market that have been conquered on the EU market, because indeed this is a huge market with 50 million buyers who have discovered the taste of plums. The plum value chain should be treated as a technological element rather than an element, or the cold storage just should be treated like, because we need to store the fruits when they are most fresh and firm. Of course, the plum sector is not fully adjusted to the climate change. The drought this year showed or proved this once again. And we need to, when we do have very few orchards that under irrigation. And I'd like to mention here an example, our colleagues from the left bank of the Dniester River who used anti-hail equipment in April when we had minus 13 degrees below zero, and they did not fail with their yields. So, if referred to the production technologies no longer face the climate change challenges, and particularly we do have rains during the harvesting, and in addition, we see that all the exports are oriented to the CIS countries without taking into account the fact that the strategy for substituting the imports it moves very quickly, and the competition of cherries from Turkey, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan over the past 3 years, many exporters ruined their businesses. We need to quickly renew the range of varieties that would allow aligning the quality, firmness of cherries so that they can be exported and meet the requirements of the EU market, which is very promising. And of course, it is very important to ensure the post-harvesting infrastructure for cherries. We are practically making the first steps towards this. We know that the cherries should be calibrated, sorted, and then packed in order to export them and to meet the requirements. In the next slide, I'd like to draw your attention on the grape sector. We notice that the lower yields and the quality of grapes since 2019-2020 show that the technologies cannot stand or oppose to climate change, and we notice the dynamic of global production. If in 2019 we had approximately 122,000 tons, this year we had only 70,000 tons of grapes. The export share to CIS increased from 62% in 2009 to 70% in 2020. So in the CIS market, the competition increased on behalf of importers of stable grapes, seedless stable grapes from Turkey, Azerbaijan, and other countries. And here I'd like to mention the freshness and taste of Moldova variety. We need to understand that the buyers highly appreciate the freshness. If analyze the prices, the sales price for Moldova variety to the EU, we see a big difference in price, which shows that we need to quickly change the range of varieties and embrace new or cutting-edge technology. And I hope that in the next presentation we will discuss the issue of technologies. And of course, we need to to treat the cold storage chain as a technological element rather than just maintaining the grapes or keeping them longer. We noticed that in the first part of the season the grapes sell best, while in the second part of the season the prices are very low, much lower than during the harvesting period. And finally, I'd like to dwell upon the brand Moldova special taste and flavor, and I want to express our gratitude to the value-added agriculture project. We did some rebranding this year and came up with the rules for using this quality brand name, and I want to mention that the taste of Moldovan fruits may add value and bring value to the producers, exporters, only when observing the quality standards exactly, and as well as the marketing standards. We mentioned that the fragmentation of offer and lack of cooperation reduce the possibilities of exporters from Moldova to use the potential of the markets to a full extent. Oftentimes the distributors or market or supermarkets, they have requirements, and the pandemic imposes us to treat or to come with a new approach on how to treat the quality and safety of fruits, because there are restrictions, circulation restrictions, and we need to follow the example of other countries such as Russia. For instance, surveyors, companies emerged, and they come, inspect, and see to it that they produce meets the marketing requirements. It's important to understand that time has come for the producers and exporters to cooperate and to come up with strategic plans to penetrate, maintain target markets. Our competitors from Serbia, Poland, they have made quick steps. And for instance, if we still use the containers for apples that are exported to Indian markets in 2018, the Serbians already have expanded their market considerably. And we need to mention the domestic market as well, and the producers together with the local networks should see to it that more and more fruits from Moldova be found on the shelves of domestic stores. And we need to work together with the producers and exporters, and with the support of the USAID project, value-added agriculture projects. So we need to help the producers and exporters understand each other and apply unique quality standards which would add value bring added value to everybody. Thank you very much. This has been my presentation. Further on, I'd like to invite Viorel Leahu from the Added Value Agriculture financed by USAID project, who will make a presentation about the perspectives for implementing the horticulture development program.
Agriculture. It sustains us all and drives what we do. Growing food for tomorrow, and growing tomorrow itself. Hand in hand, enriching lives, never settling, ever. We're growing progress by making every crop, field, farm stronger. We're growing progress by being the most innovative, most inclusive, most open agriculture company in the world. And our new role will bring more innovators to the table. Employees, producers, consumers, the best of the best. We'll work together, not just to meet standards, but to set them. We are Corteva Agriscience, and this is the company we're creating. We're one company. We're leading the way. We're growing progress. Introducing Corteva Agriscience.
Dear Mr. Minister Perju, Mr. Gornichuk, Mrs. Berdenuk, dear partners, it seems the year 2020 that has been very difficult for the entire mankind starts getting to normal. The vaccine can be seen on the horizon. Precipitation came back, and the Moldova Fruct Association, together with the investment agency and a range of sponsors, are organizing this conference now, and the government has managed to approve the horticulture sector development program that has been drafted for over 2 years. Using this opportunity, I'd like to express our gratitude to Minister Perju and to the chairperson of the Moldova Fruct Association, Gorin Choi, for maintaining dialogue with the State Chancellery, with the Office of the Prime Minister, to promote this program, important program, which is a strategic program for the entire agricultural sector of Moldova. I was honored to contribute to the drafting of this program. So in addition to the program, an action plan for its implementation was approved that includes 71 main activities. Of course, not all the actions can be implemented consecutively, and therefore I would like to express my opinion about the immediate priorities for the sector in the implementation of this program, and also ensuring competitiveness enhancement of the horticulture sector of Moldova. I'd like to recommend all the stakeholders to study this horticultural sector development program, because it includes interesting figures about the past performance of the sector, as well as about the logic of the project and the development vision, long-term development vision. And initially, I'd like to reveal this progress. Over the past 10 years, the horticultural sector of the country registered a continuous development. There were some short crisis periods, such as embargoes imposed by the Russian Federation. However, over the past 5 years, the production volume in the sector in physical value increased by over 60%. Thus, we've reached the yields of circa 1,500,000 tons. The exports constitute the engine of this growth, so they are constantly increasing and reached $300 million in value. There is progress registered at production level. More and more farmers embrace intensive production technologies. Surface irrigated areas are being extended, and due to the competitiveness of their products, and the markets are diversified, as well as the crops are being diversified. So in addition to walnuts and apples, which used to be the main crops of the sector that generated the majority of sales, now more and more emphasis is put on stone fruits, berries, or some niche crops or fruits. An important role in this positive dynamic was played by the state support, both by working with the external foreign partners to facilitate access to markets. We have preferential access to 2 major markets for horticultural products: the Russian Federation's market and the EU market, as well as the financial support, which is covered by the funds managed by the state institutions, such as the National Agriculture Development Fund and Rural Development Fund, and also the Fund for Export Promotion. Also, the sector benefited from priority support from the donors. These positive trends, show that the horticulture sector can grow further on, and at global level we see a growth trend of the market for horticultural products for several reasons, but the main reason being the positive impact on health. Respectively, following some estimations or calculation, it is real to increase the production volume further, and this can be done by making investments in the entire value chain. So under this program, and Mr. Gorenchoi mentioned that the investments are circa $11 million, billion dollars, including investments in agricultural equipment, infrastructure such as roads, central irrigation systems, investment in the production process, in creating new plantations, and ensuring irrigation systems for these protection systems, circa 5 billion Moldovan lei. There is potential for growth of the post-harvesting infrastructure, as both in terms of the storage capacity as well as equipping it with sorting or packaging equipment and lines, and also for processing such as canning or juice extraction. As a result of all this investment, it is real to maintain a growth speed of the sector and of adding value to the sector, which would be about 5-6% per year, which even exceeds the forecasted level of the GDP growth during this period. However, this investment does not guarantee a result or an outcome. First of all, the same technology is available in other competitors. So in order to be competitive, the sector shall take into account the number of challenges that are felt more intensely. Their impact is felt more and more, some of them not being relevant 5-10 years ago. First of all, human capital as a challenge. The added value is created not by technologies but rather by people. The modus operandi, the production methods and relationships, how they are built. Therefore, the horticulture sector development program embrace some approaches for increasing the skills or at all levels or for all operations, including in educational institutions, research and development institutions, as well as creation of working conditions and increase in salaries. Another challenge that the sector shall encompass is climate change. So the forecasts show that we will be more and more subject to natural hazards, to risks of natural hazards, but also there are opportunities to introduce new crops in the country, which would not be possible to grow, would be more risky under the previous climate. The sector shall also take into consideration that the society focuses more and more on environment protection. Agricultural production uses a number of products with a negative impact on environment, such as pesticide or risks from excessive application of fertilizers, and also fruit growing or horticulture may provide ecosystem services if the activity is accordingly planned. The program should have taken into consideration the situation, the geopolitical situation on the market, because we had problem in this regard. At the same time, we need to acknowledge that over the 5 years, we are beneficiaries of some artificial advantages due to the fact that the EU countries, Ukraine, cannot export on the Russian Federation market. As a result of all this analysis, what can be done in all these areas? Actually, this resulted in a program aimed at increasing the competitiveness as well as the resilience of the horticultural sector, the focus being put on increasing the value of the product and deepening the links in the value at all the steps in the value chains. All this is done in order to increase well-being of the rural population. As a result of this long-term vision, a number of objectives have been defined which are cross-cutting. So this being improving access to markets, accelerating development by introducing technologies and by embracing innovation, ensuring competitiveness of labor force, and ensuring enabling business environment for investment in the sector. So we identified 71 actions that are to be implemented during the following 5 years. So, and as I mentioned, the investments in technologies cannot guarantee success to this program. The sector is in such a situation when it shall identify new reserves or growth engines, because for some areas the competitiveness are reaching, or on other our growth capacity is limited, possibly limited. A red line that goes through the entire horticulture sector development program is the spirit of cooperation throughout the entire value chain. And even this event is an example of collaboration of many entities. But all these initiatives, partnership initiatives, shall be intensified, highly intensified. First of all, each farmer should consider themselves as part of a process. Each entity from the value chain shall participate in the creation of such value in order to obtain results, achieve results. This is why it is important for the farmers to accelerate the process of creating producer groups to increase the coverage of producers as members of associations, because now there is a number of associations in the sector which constantly build their capacity. However, a big number of farmers still do not benefit from the services or do not participate in the work of these associations. There is a solution, important solution for ensuring the irrigation infrastructure, this being association within water users associations, or joining the water using association. The sector should view the state institutions as a partner rather than as an opponent. It is important for the state institutions, the ministry, the educational institutions, and those for research and development to participate actively and to turn to the private sector and identify the collaboration possibility.
So it's very important to intensify the dialogue and to have this joint endeavor in the sector, and this is like an immediate priority for our government and for the sector as a whole. Also, I would like to provide you different examples worldwide. How? So we can obtain better results and better output through partnership and less through investments. For example, a couple of years ago in Netherlands, so the research and development sector from Netherlands, together with the extension and consulting services, so these kind of services have been somehow privatized. That was a big shock initially for the sector, but some new cooperation mechanisms were identified, and now the results are much better compared with the previous system. For example, on a very small area, compared with the total agricultural areas that are managed by educational and research institutions from the Netherlands, only on 13 hectares of land, based on the partnership for strategic partners, a research post or an outlet was created on an area of about 13 hectares of land. Every year they manage to organize about 90/100 demo lots using different kinds of technologies, different 100 varieties of crops, of fruit and berries are annually tested on these demo plots as part of this station. Only on the total area of 13 hectares, they've managed to test a lot of varieties. Annually, that particular laboratory cooperates with about 100 sponsors, suppliers of different technologies for berry and fruit production, and also about 350 farmers are contributing with money in the operation as well as in the functioning of that research and demo institution. Also, tomorrow and after tomorrow, we would provide you a couple of examples. Some experts from the Fruit Consult would deliver some presentations. And some of these technologies in agricultural practice have been tested for the first time on that particular demo plot in Netherlands. In Moldova, we also have a very good example of partnership, a very important success story. So the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and Environment from Moldova, together with the Horticulture Institute, are leaders of a partnership, which is now in the process of launching a new production of some grape seedlings of a certified category. So these experiments and these success stories have to be analyzed as well as have to be developed in the future. So my personal opinion is that this cooperation spirit and this partnership initiative, as well as the possibility to identify some ingenious solution via dialogue between the private and the public sector, so has to be applied and used in two areas that are absolutely essential in order to ensure the competitiveness of fruit sector. Because the other major investments that were mentioned by Mr. Fala, by Mr. Minister, by Mr. Gorin Choi, so the efficiency of this would be much lower if the other two issues are not tackled properly. So the first issue that has to be solved is to provide access to some of the varieties that are demanded on the market and are certified like locally, and to have a certified biological seeds and seedlings of a local origin should be used in Moldova. So that's the first issue. In our association, so we have started a partnership with the Horticulture Institute and the Soil Testing Commission from Moldova. Managed to certify a couple of varieties of apricots, of apples. They are now in the process of being tested, but nevertheless, this process of testing and approval still faces some challenges in Moldova. In addition, some of the varieties are not demanded by the Moldovan farmers, and they are not included in the catalog of varieties, and thereby the nurseries and the greenhouses are not able to multiply these varieties, and thereby the varieties are being purchased outside of Moldova. They're imported to Moldova and are not locally produced. To overcome this situation, so that's also a kind of a complex activity. A series of activities have to be undertaken in order to overcome this problem. But the first would be to have an initiative and to see what other activities can be introduced in such a way that we can certify our local seeds and seedlings and planting material be tested and certified in Moldova. Of course, it cannot be solved just in 1 year, so we would require a couple of years, a couple of months in order to find a solution to this problem. Another very important priority for us is to implement the integrated plant protection principles. And why this is so important? So we have several preconditions for that. So we have more severe requirements and demands from the importers and consumers about the residuals of phytosanitary products, of PPPs, of plant protection products in the horticulture output, as well as several active substances have been removed from the logs, from the registries, and this is done both in Moldova and the European Union. So thereby we have to be more careful with the plant protection products that are being used. So thereby we need a dialogue and to find the proper solutions. Strategic solutions have to be found for the phytosanitary products, and this dialogue has to be done both by the farmers, together with the representatives of various companies that are importing and distributing these plant protection products or phytosanitary products, together with the government and Moldovan authorities to create proper conditions. And the shorter-term priorities, like for next year, for 2021, would be to identify some methods to expand the area of registration, to register certain kind of products that is already included in our catalog, but they're registered for a limited number of crops, and this kind of list has to be expanded. And the second objective would be to accomplish such a level whereby the international companies, including some of the companies that are supporting financially this event, would be able to register in Moldova some new products that are now being launched on their markets, and to have them registered both in the Republic of Moldova and some European countries, like in parallel. Also, during the last couple of years, more than 50% of the new products that are launched on the market. So these are the products of biological plant protection or biological phytosanitary products, and proper integration and implementation in the Moldovan horticulture sector would enable maintaining the image of the country as being like a clear ecological country, and would enable us to have a synergy about this new taste that was mentioned by Mr. Fala, that has to be promoted as a Moldovan brand of Moldovan fruit, with a new taste, as well as would enhance the efficiency of all the investments that were also mentioned a bit earlier. It is very important to mention this pandemic, and in the light of the pandemic, the private sector, together with the government authorities, should mobilize and should raise a lot of investments, but this fundraising would drop. So thereby, we have to find some other possibilities for growth and developing the sectors. And these two activities that I mentioned, first of all, access to several varieties, as well as to certify the seedlings and the planting materials on the local level, as well as the use of the phytosanitary products. So this is very important. And our project is ready to make a contribution, providing our resources, providing our knowledge and capacities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Viorel. So usually the advanced agriculture financed by USAID is supporting us, and a lot of the issues were implemented, and some of the results were accomplished with the support of that project. Now I would like to invite you via Zoom platform. I would like to invite Piet Schotel, so international consultant, and who is a fruit trader from the CBI Netherlands project, which is supporting us in our program for developing the capacities, and this is funded by the International Financial Corporation. So Mr. Schotel will make a presentation about the trends and the practices in fruit trade on the European market. So we'll speak about European experience. Hello, Pete.
These days,
I'm fine, thank you. A little bit bored by not traveling to Moldova.
Yeah, we will be glad to see you in Moldova, but we hope to see you in the European Union and some countries to develop new connections. Thank you, and I offer you the room for you.
Okay, I get a lot of interference I hope you can hear me well. Is it all right?
Yeah, we are hearing you very good. Please go ahead.
Then let me start. I know I have little time, so you see my face now, so I will now share my screen and do a small presentation. I always have to struggle. I'm not too modern in this kind of things, but I could do my best. Let me see. Yes. Okay, this is my name, Piet Schotel, for the ones who doesn't know me. Basically, my work is helping importers from overseas to and from outside of the European Union into Europe. I'm doing this small presentation on behalf of CBI. CBI is the governmental organization from Holland helping exporters from developing emerging countries into the European Union with programs, export coaching programs. We do that in Moldova together with Moldova Fruit. We work together there also with USAID and IFC. In this present program, we help 11 exporters from Moldova into, let's get to the business in Europe. In short, I've been asked to do something about, to talk something about the present situation concerning the coronavirus, but also a little bit on how the business is being run in Europe at the moment. So I'm jumping a little bit from left to right. If we look at the traditional trade as it was done, you saw that the producer was supplying the exporter. The exporter was trading with an importer, okay? And the importer would sell to a wholesaler. And finally, this wholesaler would sell through a retailer. In the past, let's say modest-sized retailers and markets. Nowadays, the chain is totally integrated, and the producer is now many times also the exporter. And the exporter is now supplying not anymore to an importer, but the importer is also the supplier of the supermarket. He's a service supplier. He is the preferred supplier of the supermarkets, and he's directly doing the programs with the supermarket. So the whole chain is much more integrated. Now, what does it mean for the business? The natural question is always, everywhere in the world, can we cut out the middleman? The middleman meaning, can we as producers, exporters, directly work with supermarkets? Now, actually, that is not how it works. In most cases, not all, but most cases, there is always an importer involved. He will act as a preferred supplier, as a dedicated supplier to the retail chains. You can call him a service provider. He will do the nitty-gritty work to supply your product to the retail chains. And they are responsible to execute the programs of the supermarkets. That means that they are taking, let's say, the burden for getting those programs done. And then you can see them also as a filter between the producer and the retail, because if we're talking about supermarkets, they have specific size requirements, specific other requirements. As producer, you're not only producing one size. So the importer is also a filter. He can also serve maybe other markets, maybe different types of retail organization. And with that filter between you as producer and the final retailer. Saying that, if we look at the situation during this pandemic, after the first shock in February, March, when every country went into a lockdown, and people really didn't know what to do, basically would run to the supermarkets to buy toilet paper and oranges and kiwi for the vitamins. That stabilized rather quickly, and now we are almost 8 months further. We see that in general, that is business as usual. Exclamation mark and a question mark. Is it business as usual? Depends a little bit on what sector you are serving, what products you are doing. We saw that specific products which are being consumed mostly in restaurants and in bars, yeah, that stopped totally. I mean, if you know this little green lime, you know, this little sour product, it is mainly consumed in drinks and in dishes. Yeah, that market totally collapsed. But on the other hand, everything what is being sold via supermarkets actually is doing double. You know, the people cannot spend their money in restaurants, so they eat at home. Home cooking is popular, and that means that everything which is welcome in supermarkets is doing very well. Catering, the service to the restaurants and bars, yeah, that they are having tough times. You see that those small wholesalers, depending on the catering business, yeah, one after the other is going bankrupt at the moment. Also, small retail, you know, the small kiosks and small markets, they are having difficulties because, in general, every country which is going in a lockdown, people want to do the shopping in one-time shopping, you know, one-stop shopping, and they are also under pressure. And the supermarkets, as I said, actually they are booming. You know, all those international supermarket chains, they are really doing well. I saw the Dutch figures, and they say that the supermarkets in the last month did 6% more than in the same period as last year. Maybe partly that is a little bit because they took advantage, and quite some prices were raised because they had the customers anyway. So maybe part of those this extra percentage is caused by price increase, but the volumes are indeed caused by the demand of the consumer in the supermarkets. If you look at this, it is retail power. The normal situation is that approximately in average around Europe, 75% of all fresh fruit and vegetables is being sold through the supermarkets. And that in UK and Scandinavia, that is even higher, especially in Scandinavia. In the south of Europe, in Spain, Italy, that will be lower. There will be more small retail still, but 75% in average is a reasonable estimation. Maybe that percentage is even higher now. Actually, I think it's even higher now. Let's assume that what I said before, that the focus is much more now on shopping in the supermarkets. But that also means that the supermarkets supermarkets only take what they will take. They go for their own specifications, and as supplier, you will have to follow their specification. So supermarkets are now the big filter for which our products are being sold. That means that you will have to follow their specification. That means that you will have to follow their quality specification. That you will have to be a continuous supplier, because one shot supply they don't need, they don't want. And that they will make you crazy with their demand of certifications, all kinds of certifications. The Global Gap certification, you know that is a fact of life. Hygiene certifications is a big demand, but nowadays everybody directly starts talking about social certification, social environmental certification. If we talk about quality, okay, I just wanted to spice this presentation a little bit up with some dirty pictures. You see, if you bring this to the supermarkets, clearly they say thank you, but no thank you. The downside is that whatever is not falling within the specification of the supermarket, where will you be if we conclude that the rest of the market is absent or very little? Where will you be with products which are not totally meeting their specification in whatever sense? And then this will be really a headache. If you can work with programs, if you can work in continuous supply in programs, then of course that is an ideal situation. There are obligations from both sides. It means that you will have to do a very, very thorough planning. Just don't never promise more than you can make come true. But if you can do that, you have less risk. So this program business, the continuity what supermarkets require, can really work very well in your favor, and is, of course, especially this time, welcome. Now, if we talk about the certification, I already mentioned it, it is a fact of life. You can see the certification as a knockout criteria. If you don't have them, you're not welcome. I already said Global Gap is a fact of life. Without Global Gap, maybe in Italy and Spain, they will not be so difficult yet, but in the rest of Europe, Global Gap is a fact of life, and you need it. It is goes without saying. Then if you can have a hygiene certificate like BRC or IFS, you have an extra. And nowadays, the first thing supermarkets will ask you, especially in the northwest of Europe, do you have SMETA? Do you have GRASP? Do you have Rainforest Alliance? And that kind of thing. You see that there are much more protocols and certification schemes in the social environmental part of the business, but gradually you see that there is a sort of concentration there as well. Gradually we go to, now let's say GRASP as a minimum, but more and more people will ask for SEDEX. And nowadays people even ask more and more for Rainforest Alliance. Now that is a little bit far away for Moldova still, of course, but start thinking about protocols like SMETA. It's not difficult, but of course it is costly. It's a knockout criteria. Other consequences in this situation is that there is hardly any spot market. If you are not falling into the supermarket specification, where will you leave your product? There is a low result or no result for products which are not suitable for the supermarkets, which are not falling within the size specs, which are not falling into the quality specs. It means that also there is more pressure on every agreement which is being made. I always like to work with examples, which is a little bit difficult if we look at the programs from Moldova, but let's assume, let's talk about grapes. You know, in the supermarkets, grapes are at least in Western Europe, mostly sold in those plastic punnets of 500 grams, being sold 10 times 500 in a box. That is a supermarket requirement. Of course, there is also a market for the 4.5 kilo boxes loose. They go to the markets, they go to other channels, but those channels are not there. So it means that now, whenever there is a new program agreed on grapes, people only want to agree on the 10 times 500 and actually don't want to have the 4.5 kilo anymore, because where will they leave them? It's only an example, but it means that there is more pressure on those supermarket programs, on those specifications specifically for the supermarkets, because the rest they cannot sell. And it's not only in this packaging, but it's also again in quality. Now, this was in short what it is about in the present situation under Corona. It is more of the same actually, because this whole situation with supermarket specification, of course, was already going on. It was only now being accelerated by this pandemic. And then, of course, we should not see it too tragic, because Moldova, yes, you can. Let's end this situation positive. Let's be realistic. Of course, you still have your big market in the east, but let's assume that at a certain moment, by whatever reason, Western Europe will be your market or will be your extra market, then we can be positive. You have super modern farms. You really have state-of-the-art farms. You have state-of-the-art packing facilities. You have all the technology for packing and storing a quality product. You have all the basics which are there in quality and in processing. Quality is there. Well, the big slogan, of course, for Moldova is that taste makes the difference. Now, you can be proud your product is tasty. That is not only a marketing slogan, but it is also a reality, and reality of which you must be proud and which you should carry out to the world. You have the volumes to satisfy retail programs. You can be a continuous supplier, depending, of course, on which products in which season, but in principle, you have the volumes to satisfy those programs. And let's be honest, in logistics, one of the most important things in our business, you're very near to the most important EU markets. And one of your main products, like plums, is already proving what is said above. Your plums are being welcome in Europe, and they, as far as I understood, they had a very successful season in the Western European countries. So your plums are proving it. You see nowadays you see many publications in Flash Plaza. I can recommend this platform as your daily news site. One of those articles was European consumers surprised by the special taste of Moldovan plums. It was a very nice article, and it was also very true. So, proving what I said before. Now, I was asked to keep this presentation very short, so I thank you very much for your attention. I conclude this with a nice picture of Moldova grape from Moldova. And I don't know whether there were any questions foreseen. If so, very welcome. If not, then I wish you a very nice day.
Thank you very much, Pete. I would thank you for your positive that Moldova can do. Yeah, it's a good slogan for us. Thank you once again, and see you in Moldova soon. And I will appreciate because your advice. Vreau să menționez că Pete.
I wanted to mention that Pete is an international expert who is very knowledgeable with a lot of experience, has got a vast experience about the EU market, has a lot of knowledge about the European market. And also he brought some avocado and mango from Peru to European Union that are better sold. And we hope that with the support of Pete, the plums from Moldova, as well as some other crops and some other fruit, would reach and be sold successfully on the European market. And now I would like to invite our friend Dominic Wozniak. If I introduce Mr. Dominic correctly, he is the representative and the co-chairman of RESPOL, and he is the chairperson of the Fruit Producers Association from the world, and he is a very good friend of ours, and who would deliver a presentation about the development of the apple sector in Poland. Hello, Dominic. Welcome.
Nice to meet you too.
That you find time to.
Good. Do you hear me well?
Yeah, it's very good. We are hearing you very well. And
do you hear me? It's okay.
Yeah. You are hearing us? Are you hearing us?
Is it okay with everything?
We are hearing you very good.
Okay. So we should start, or?
Yeah, should. It's go ahead, please.
Okay. So first of all, good morning. My name is Dominic Wozniak. I'm representing Cooperative RIPOL, and also I'm Vice President of World Apple and Pear Association. Based in Brussels, we collect our association, WAPA, collect the data from the world about production of apple and pears. And every year we organize also meetings called Prognos Fruit in different countries to present our point of view, let's say. Today I would like to speak about Polish production of apples, but also a little bit of European perspective in this matter. So right now I will share my screen to show you my presentation. I think it should be good right now.
You have to extend a little bit.
Okay, so let's start my presentation. So, from European perspective, the three countries are the biggest fruit producers, we can say, because Poland, Spain, and Italy have a total production of almost 70% of fruits. Of course, that not only apples, but this include also pears, nectarines, oranges, grapes, plums, raspberry, blueberry, cherries, and every fruits what we can have. So this 70% of this production is based in the three countries: Poland, Spain, and Italy. And when it comes to apples, Polish production is representing 70% of the whole European production. In Poland, we have, depends on the year, from 3.4 million tons up to 5 million tons. Italy, around 2.1, in a good year, 2.5 million tons. France, from 1.3 till 1.6 million tons. And Germany, from 800,000 tons until 1 million tons in a good year. Average production in Europe is around 11 million tons of apples. The maximum what we have in 2018 was 13 million tons. Just to give you some perspective, United States average production is close to 5 million tons. And China is the biggest apple producer in the world. They reach from 30 to 40 million tons of apples. That means in China they produce about half of world apple production. Poland is also the leader in fruit and vegetables production in Europe. We are responsible for 11% of the fruit production itself, with all the fruits, include of course cherries, oranges, and everything, and 26% of the at least 26% of apple production. Here you can see that for the last 5 years, we increased our total area of the fruit production by the 0.4% when it comes to Europe, but in Poland the growth is 11%. So it is huge growth of the area. The agri-food export from Poland to the world, we sent the food export was over 15 billion euro. The food, I mean, except fruit and vegetables, also meat, dairy, sweets, grain, and all what can be eaten, in fact. That is comparing to year before, 8% increase, which is very, very nice for us. And here you can see how it looks from the longer perspective. Last 15 years, 16 years, the export of fruit and vegetables is rising by almost 60%. And just last 4 or 5 years, 11%. Here you can see the value in zloty, but in euro that will be just the apple. From 275 million euro, we reach 310 million euro, only apples export from Poland. How it happens that Poland in the last years they have such a huge growth? First of all, the production is growing. Why it's growing? Because when we joined European Union in 2004, we could get some subsidies. Growers can have subsidies for new modern orchards, for a cold storage, and for tractors, sprayers, all equipment that helps a lot to have a production. We also have some subvention for organizing a cooperative. So from year 2004 until year 2015, almost 300 new cooperatives was established in Poland. Cooperatives for apple, pears, but also some mushrooms, blueberries, and vegetables. Different size of cooperatives, from just 5 growers up to 150 growers, like Ripple. We have right now 156 growers. Different size, from very small, let's say, family cooperative to a huge cooperative which are present on international market. But only 20% of the growers are in a cooperative. So that shows where we are, and that shows that's still a long way to have a good organizing market, because 20% is on a very good control and sold well, but other growers, from my perspective, should join to cooperative and work together for a better market of the apples. Now I will say a couple words about export. We sell apples to different countries. For example, in 2019, we sell a lot to Egypt, where a couple years ago we sell maybe 1/3 of this. But we are present on many markets. Important one is Belarus, because in 2004, the Russian ban was started, and we cannot sell directly to Russia like most of the European country and from the world. So that's why probably Belarus start buying a lot from us. But we are present also on another market. The important market is Scandinavian one, probably because we are quite close and they don't have own production. Germany, Benelux, they are important market for us. But we are starting afraid also about what happened in Middle Asia. I mean, the countries like Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Georgia, they imported fruits from Poland or from other countries. Right now they have own production, so we are afraid what will be in the future, because our clients right now they have own production, so we are worried about this. But we believe in our apples. We have very good climate condition here in Poland to grow fruits. We have tradition, we have experience, especially good experience and young generation of the growers. That is a good point for the future. The taste, the modern, thanks to subsidies from European Union, we have a modern production, quite modern orchards. And we also have a good quality of the fruits. From the beginning of the organization in 2004, when we joined the European Union, our Ministry of Agriculture helps a lot. We have a good partnership with also with other organizations. We established our own organization called Fruit Union. Fruit Union belongs to Freshfel. Freshfel is European Fresh Produce Organization, which is we have thanks to this we have very good overview on a European perspective and global perspective. Growers invest in inequality. In 2010, we established a company, and the goal was to have our own laboratory to test our fruits before sending to the clients, because we knew it that the quality is the most important thing. And finally, in 2013, the laboratory was open. At the time, was the most modern laboratory in Poland, only to test the fruits before shipping to clients in Europe. I mean, in Scandinavia, in Germany, and also in the East. So that was very important for us to keep the good quality, not only external, but also internal. Maybe you can switch this. We invest in cultivation. So right now the standard is the integrated production. So we use the low, as low as we can, the pesticide. The standard right now is global GAP and GRASP. Also on the pack houses we have BRC, EFS, SEDEX. So all what was told by my previous speaker, we have already in Poland, and it working well since many years. Couple years ago, we also invest in some called German standards. I mean to reach maximum 70% of allowed substances and not more than 4 substances. That will open the gate to a German market and also to Benelux market, direct supplying to the supermarkets. Organic production is also very important. Right now we have around 1% of our whole production have an organic certificate, but this gives us 35 to 40,000 tons of fruits, which is quite a good result. Retailers here in Poland are interested in this. People in Poland, but also in other countries, they love to eat healthy product. So this is a growing point. But also there is one let's say barrier, because the price of organic production is much higher, and we cannot sell as much as we can. So we see that the organic production shouldn't grow so much, let's say. Right now, a couple words about the last point of growing, harvesting. Of course, we base on a sugar test, bricks level, firmness, and so on. All is collecting to the cold storage. Right now, we estimate that in Poland we have 1.2 million tons of CA storage. So that is that cover from 30 to 25 to 30% of our whole production, but unfortunately, just after picking time, around 50% of our production goes to industry. So, for example, this year we picked 3.4 million tons. From this, around 1.7 goes to industry. Only 1.7 was in a good quality, good for fresh sales. Couple words about sorting system. Right now, in this cooperative, 300 cooperative, we have different size of pre-sizing installation. From small one, they reach capacity 10 to 15,000 tons a year, but also we have installation who can reach capacity up to 50,000 tons of apples a year. That give us from 150 even to 200 tons a day. This is the capacity of sorting and packing in the biggest cooperatives. Some of you was visit Raipol year ago and could saw this kind of installation. Of course, we have full control on the quality of the fruits, the hygiene of the water. Also, the hygiene of the packing houses must be on a highest level to avoid any problems, let's say. Our growers are quite innovative. For example, one of our growers invent a Go tractor. That means the tractor can drive without the grower, the person. That helps a lot, and I saw this, it's working very well. He can do easy things like grass cutting, something like this. Yeah, we are quite innovative. In Poland, we have also growing sector of fertilizers, pesticides. So we are not only based on a big international brand. There are also homegrown companies who can produce this. Just a couple words about our varieties. So the different varieties, most of them you know, of course. The biggest one is Ida Red, then group of Jonah Golds, then Gala Golden, but the growing group is Red Chief, still growers plant Gala, but also we are looking at some club varieties, which is not easy because most of them are prepared for let's say Italian climate or Benelux climate. I mean, without strong winter. In Poland, last 3 years we don't have any strong winter, maybe -15, but I remember 4 years ago we have -32 for a couple of days. That will kill most of the club varieties probably. And almost the last point, in Poland we have also protected geographical indication, apples from Grujec. This is protected by the European Union. You can see the sign. It's a unique taste, a little bit higher acidity than other regions, very clear blush, red color, and so on. So we also promote this sign here in Poland, but also like to promote international. Who knows, maybe we will be second Melinda or apple from Alps. That is all from me. So we are just in the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Dominic. We really enjoyed and we liked very much the visit in Raipur cooperatives in January, and I hope we will come again. Vreau să menționez că, într-adevăr,
I want to mention that indeed Poland is a model for the apple sector, particularly for the Moldovan producers, apple producers. And in general, we consider that those everything that Polish producers do, our producers also implemented on their farms, and indeed we need to see what our partners do. And generally, I was surprised by the fact that they have 1,200,000 tons. The capacity of 1,500,000 tons for storage and the controlled atmosphere, and they have a possibility to meet the demands on the international market. Further on, I'd like to invite. I would like to give the floor to Constantin Șveț, representative of Phytomag company, who is a sponsor of this event, who will speak about the situation on the Russian Federation with regard to fruit production sector.
I'm glad to see you. I hope you are all right. Yes, we are fine. I'm happy to greet our friends from Moldova, our partners. We are greeting you too on behalf of over 300 participants of our conference, and we are looking forward to your presentation. Thank you. I am greeting everybody. I hope you can hear me and you can see me. I'm going to say a few words about our company. And I want to show you our logo. We are from the production complex Phytomag, and we would like to invite you to visit our production complex in Russia for you to evaluate the development of the company. We've covered a long way. We started working in 2003. 2004 we registered were registered in Moldova, and now we work in 12 countries. We are very successful. We are quickly developing. And recently, we had a certification of the production and management on ISO system. And we have certification of the product in an English laboratory, UK laboratory, certified in the US, and we received approval and high quality appreciation, and we correspond to all European norms.
The company has a 4-tier quality control mechanism. You can see it on the slide, which gives an absolute guarantee and assurance of quality for the product, which respectively corresponds to all European standards and fully competitive on the European market. In the series of development, we have built a system of the agricultural production complex involving more than 40 unique specialists which are involved in production directly and in laboratories on the technologies of application of this product, which is constantly being improved according to the technology of application, also in correspondence of the changing conditions, which every year are changing, and almost every time we have some new condition related to the climate and the rest, and we make everything possible to adapt the application of our product to the changing conditions, to have our clients to make our clients competitive on the market of fresh fruit and to be able to earn good money. I'm not going to talk about this because you might well know what varieties our product is used, mostly related to the Republic of Moldova. This is plums and apples, where we have quite good results, which allows being competitive with the products from other countries and respectively receive gains. Apart from that, from the situation in the market of Russia, to be able to talk about advantages for Moldovan producers, to have a better understanding of the market trends this year and respectively to be able to plan our sales clearly and in an effective way. You might well know about the aspects that are present in one market, and in most of the cases becomes characteristic for other markets too. The systems of protection and processing for tomatoes, for example, are the last in this chain. And what happens, everything that happens with the products that are being grown are just put to storage and then processed. And technologically, you come up with a question that this stage becomes the last. But this is a wrong opinion. We are not a doctor, and the treatment of the product is fixing of the processes that were done or implemented before us. So we are focusing or concentrating on a certain level of quality that is delivered to us. And the structure of the production process and the quality and quantity of premium varieties is constantly rising, because our horticultural producers are constantly working on the increase of the quality of production, and that all, of course, affects the process, and of course is quite evident to our clients. And we increase the share of treated products compared to the total volume, which tells us about the increase in the volume of fruit that we work with. And this year, when we had all those difficult climate conditions and a decrease in harvests almost in all countries, the share of treated products increased for us at the expense of new orchards, and as well due to the expectation that due to the thing that many producers consider an increase in price in the future, considering deficit in the global market for fresh fruit. But what we could forecast is a fork of options, an expectation of a high price and respectively a big amount of products put to storage. After the new year, after spring, we could expect a massive outgoing to market of the product, and the expectation of a higher price could not be justified, might be not justified. So we could forecast it as just one option of development of this situation, because I would say that I can't remember such situation on the market before. I'd like to say that for the enterprises that export their products, of Moldovan producers that export in the federal vegetable networks, they always ask the producer if it was treated by a phytomark, because in the territory of Russia and other countries, this is an obligation. This is a mandatory condition. If you do not treat it with phytomark, as a consequence, either the price would be lower or some other consequences. And from history of our work in the Republic, I think that our work made an input into the work, because mostly export happens from January till June in this period of time. So this means an increase in the price and additional resources inputted by the producer. As for the situation in the Russian market, what's happening now, this is apple produce Poland, 4 million. I doubt that, because there were losses this year, and the players on the market say that they practically don't feel Polish products in the Russian market. With all the increase in the prices of almost 30%. 1.8 million tons, this is the general output of agricultural products, about 700,000 tons. That is the figure that would be correct here. And in the structure of export to Russia, Moldova is the first, about 250,000 tons. Following Moldova statistically is China, but in fact it's Serbia that is quite stable, and Azerbaijan is the third. And the quality of Serbian apples and Azerbaijani particularly is growing every year. They're very serious working over this, and you should pay considerable attention to that fact, because in the nearest years this trend is going to increase, and in Russia we have this trend of increase of services for the for young orchards, because the structure of Serbian export is about 80 to 90% to only Russia, and 10-15% to the European Union. As for the structure and capacity of the market for the Russian exporters, in our opinion, we have such a situation where the estimate is 1.2 million tons, and really consumed is about 1.8. So real production of apples in Russia, in considering losses and the harvest of this year, is about 700,000 tons. But every year it grows. So you might make an estimate that potentially apples is about 1 million, 1.2 million tons. But every year this capacity is decreasing. So this is quite obvious, because in 2019 we had 16,000 that was put on the plan, and in 2020 by the Ministry of Agriculture included in the plan about 65,000 hectares. About 10,000 hectares yearly in Russia will be part of the fruiting process, and this is something that is confirmed by our statistical data in accordance with the data that they have, and with the decrease in the harvest amounts, even in the middle territories, the number of treated fruit will be increasing. Respectively, for the exporters, 1 million is a big figure, but we have to consider that the requirements related to the quality of imported produce is constantly rising, and there will be demand for premium, first grade, for which the price will be very low, or it will not be in demand. And there is another trend where, due to climate change, southern varieties they started putting it in the middle territories. And in Lipetsk Oblast, for example, we already have these industrial areas where this trend is in place. The price making is absolutely different there for the middle average grades, and this trend is going to be preserved, I think. Respectively, for the horticultural producers in Moldova, the first task will be to increase the quality of products, where we will always be glad to help, to assist with recommendations and consultation. We very well know Mr. Kirtoka, who is a high-level specialist in this area, and the very structure of the Fitomac company, which is cooperating with Russian horticultural institutes and international and European structures, considering all the new trends in development of the horticultural area and the storage systems. So I would be glad to invite you, together with Mr. Kirtoka, to Europe, or maybe you'll be able to do it in some different way, but we will be glad to show all of our production facilities, our laboratory that is in the Lipetsk Oblast. To be able to get deeper into the technologies of storage and everything else. And we are always open to cooperation, and we'll be glad to see you. I hope that our cooperation is going to continue with Moldovan producers, and I would like to thank the organizers, Yuri Fale, Association of Horticultural Producers in Moldova. Please extend my greetings to all our colleagues and wish them all the possible success in this difficult period of time. Thank you, Konstantin. We will surely accept your invitation. This is valuable information. Thank you, and hope that we are also going to see you here, and as soon as we get this possibility, we are going to visit you. Wish you all the success.
Împrumuturile sunt acordate în euro sau lei moldovenești pe un termen de 10 ani, cu o dobândă atractivă de la 2,8% până la 4,9% anual. Suma minimă pe care o oferă Livada Moldovei este de 5.000 de euro, iar cea maximă de 5 milioane. În cadrul proiectului sunt oferite și facilități fiscale, cum ar fi cota 0 TVA, scutirea de plată a taxelor și procedurilor vamale sau a accizelor. Nu ezitați să accesați site-ul www.livada-moldovei.md.
So we would like to invite Mr. Alexander Lysenkov, speak about the development of organic.
Good afternoon, Alexander. Good afternoon. I'll try to share my presentation, and you will tell me if you see this presentation. We see you well. Do you see the presentation? Not yet. So please, may I ask the organizers to help me in sharing this presentation? Down there, you should have this share screen button. Now you have it. Please extend it. Enlarge the... Now it's okay. I wanted to first thank the organizers for this extremely interesting conference, for the invitation and for the possibility to speak to you. particularly, I'd like to thank the Moldovan-German project and Mr. Christopher Ante for the invitation. Today, I would like to share with the participants of the conference, which from what I heard are more than 300 now, on the development of the organic market in the Russian Federation and the opportunities of exporting of organic products, fruit and apples, to Moldova. I am the head of the Agrosavet company, which is involved in consultation of Russian producers and exporters of organic products. Do you hear me? Okay, thank you. Just a couple of words about international organic markets. In 2016, it was evaluated at about $100 billion US dollars, and according to the forecast, it is going to continue. It's growing at a rate of 10 to 12% per year, even considering our difficult times in the presence of viruses and diseases, and when megapolises are starting to think about about healthy food. And according to the forecasts of the International Institute for the Development of Organic Agriculture, the turnover, the amount of organic products might be in the amount of 3 to 5% of the global agricultural products amount. So there is a growth in the demand for organic certified products. Here in my report, by organic products, I mean a certified product, certified according to international standards, particularly European organics, or the American system of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food. Now about the organic market in Russia. The organic products market in the Russian Federation in 2019, last year, was at about 14 billion rubles, which is not much, about $219 million, but 20% of that is presented in the domestic market is already certified products. 80% is imported, mostly from Europe, of course, or from some other countries of the European community. A lot of products are being imported into Russia from Germany or from Austria. Currently, the share of organic products in the Russian Federation and the global market of organics is so far only 1%, but the trend is it is a growing trend. The legislation related to the organic market in 2018, Mr. Putin signed the law, which became effective since 1st of January 2020. And we already, in the framework of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food of the Russian Federation, we already have a common register of organic producers, which already has the organic trademark, which is already subject to state regulation, meaning the organic market, where most of the products that is being produced in the Russian Federation is already being labeled by this trademark. And again, I'm going to be repeating myself, but this is for the products that were produced in the territory of the Russian Federation. In Russia, we already have 5 certified or accredited producers, institutions that are authorized to conduct inspections and certifications, and there are about 16 international certification companies which are authorized by the European Commission or the Ministry of Agriculture and Food of the United States that are certifying according to the American IPO. Most of the producers and processors in the Russian Federation are certified according to the two standards, the national and the international, either EU or the NOB, American standard. Related to organic producers in the Russian Federation, we already have more than 100 enterprises, 2 unions of organic producers, both of them based in Moscow. Organic agriculture, according to the Swiss Institute for Organic Agriculture Development, has more than 600,000 hectares and more than 100,000 for the wild material. This is mostly forest, which is about collecting berries, nuts, mushrooms, which is quite popular in the Russian Federation. A couple of slides here about the wild material of Xanthor, which is popular in the Russian Federation, and nuts. The shelves of Russian supermarkets has which is mostly commercialized in Russia. This is Globus, Ashan, Vkusvil, or Azbuka Vkusa, most popular Russian supermarkets. On their shelves they have Russian products, but mostly these are products of the dairy enterprises and grit. Environmental, ecological products, vegetables currently in the Russia Federation are very few. There is a big lack of it. Organic bananas are being presented, for example, but organic apples in such big municipalities like Moscow, St. Petersburg, and their regions. There are small Russian producers who produce these organic products, but they are very small and their amounts are very small. Why don't we have, practically don't have Russian vegetables or fruit? As you see from this slide, most of the Russian organic producers are concentrated on grit, and with an exclusion of only 7% of the surfaces, which has the vegetables, fruits, and their processing, which is very little. Most of the producers are dealing with grain. Next slide. Here you might see that the most of the processing of the total market of the Russian Federation makes only 22%. But this 22% includes not only fruits and vegetables, but also beverages, mostly organic vodka, which is quite popular and in demand not only in Russia but also abroad. As for the apple market in Russia, during 2015, between 2015 and 2019, the sales of apples in Russia increased from 16.2 million tons to from 1.56 to 1.81 million tons, which is quite significant, meaning that Russia is importing about 700,000 tons of apples, and the leader in the import of apples in the Russian Federation, as early as before, remains to be Moldova. And as you might have already heard, import of apples in the Russian Federation is in a decrease, and in our opinion, to preserve their position in the market of apples and keep and go on importing, this is exactly about organic fruit and organic apples in particular. Consumption of apples in Russia is estimated at 9 kilograms per year, which is 60 apples per person per year, which is 30% less than compared to the level in the US and in the EU, where they have 12 kilograms per person per year. For example, in Germany, consumed apples are about 16 kilograms, 109 apples per year per person. And these 16 kilograms are 6% are bio apples, meaning that this consumption, the consumption of apples is in a decrease. It's not the most popular product, but it is consumed in quite a big amounts. Of course, the most significant market of consumption of organic apples in Russia are Moscow Oblast, St. Petersburg, and St. Petersburg Oblast. Their share is about 70% of sales, with 30% of the market accounting for the market of St. Petersburg. Minimum, according to our forecast, 7% of these buyers from Moscow and St. Petersburg are from this oblast, which is about 2 million people who currently are already ready to consume organic apples, which is, according to our forecast, is about 40,000 tons of organic apples. Yes, it's a niche. Why? Because in Moscow we have enough of this middle class which is already thinking about their healthy food, healthy nutrition, and who are ready to pay more for organic products, particularly apples. And to finalize my presentation, I would like to recommend our Moldovan products. To be able to pass on to organic production, you would need 36 months of transition period. So if you plan to establish new orchards for organic produce, you might think about certification of your transition surfaces that would be allocated to organic produce, which is a niche, but 40,000 tons might be a good amount, and that exactly could account for Moldova. And we are ready to consult Moldovan producers and are ready to assist in commercialization through consumer cooperatives, who we also consult exactly in organic products. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. It's a very interesting presentation, and we hope that these ideas would become of interest for Moldovan producers, and we wish you all the successes in these difficult times. My contact date and the telephone numbers of our company are also indicated. Yes, we are going to have these presentations and the data too.
E în natura ființei noastre să ne dezvoltăm. Impulsionați de nevoia primară a omului de a se hrăni și inspirați de nenumăratele posibilități oferite de pământ. De aici a început totul. Adama.
Good day, dear participants participating in the National Conference on the Fruit Business. I will speak about the sale of fruit from the point of view of the maximum residual, or getting maximum residual levels of pesticides in this kind of crops. Now, speaking about the legal framework of the Republic of Moldova on the sale of the phytosanitary products of the plant protection, first of all, I would like to mention law number 119 from 2004 about the use of fertilizers as well as of plant protection products, as well as the governmental decision number 1191 adopted in 2010 about the regarding maximum residual levels in the agricultural products. Now, speaking about the requirements for the plant protection products, first of all, I would like to mention the regulation of the European Commission adopted in 2009 about the introduction of the PPPs of the plant protection products on the market, of the phytosanitary products, speaks about the protection of the crops as well as of the vegetable against any kind of pests, against any kind of maggots, as well as the European legislation speaks about the sustainable use of different phytosanitary products, reduces all the risks on the human health. At the same time, speaks about the management as well as the implementation of different integrated pest control programs. At the same time, so the use of phytosanitary programs envisages a maximum content of residuals that can be used, be it of pesticides or be it for the vegetable fodder or for the food products for human consumption. Also, I would like to mention the regulation adopted in 2005 by the European Commission. Getting back to the European legislation, so the analysis that was done for 2020 year. So here I would like to highlight that the regulation adopted in 2009, so number 1107. So first of all, this is the regulation of the Commission of January 10, 2020. It updated a series of active substances, and you can see the list of such kind of. So first of all, this is the chlorphosmethyl, also according to the regulation number 510, for each of the active substance, similar to the Republic of Moldova, there is a grace period envisaged, and for the first two active substance, it has already expired by April 16, 2020. The other substances that have not been updated so these active substances have not yet been updated. What is important to mention in the light of the fruit producers and vegetable producers, the ones who are focused on the exporting the goods on the European market? What is important to mention? So all these active substances, their validity expires either in February 2021 or July or September 2021. So we have to be carefully looking into the validity date. Every time, so when we plan to use and to ensure the protection of the crops in 2021, so we have to take into consideration all the requirements that have been presented and approved by European Commission. Also, some other active substances that were prolonged can also be found here, and the list is very long. But what is important to be mentioned is that this period has been expanded only until April 2021, which means that during this period of time, some other amendments might also be introduced gradually. Also, other substances have been expanded until July 2021. And you can see the list, like 30th of July 2021, a series of active substances have to be considered when being applied on the crops. Also, we have another update for August 2021, and this analysis has been done in order to inform the producers and to take correct decisions about the phytosanitary products that can be used in order to ensure the pest control for 2021. Also, you can see some other dates, October, December 2021, so which also should be taken into account whenever these plant protection products are being used. The deadline was expanded also for a shorter time until December 31st, 2020. Also, the legislation speaks about the approval as well as the prolongation of the active substances that are listed on the screen. It is important to know the list of such kind of substances, and this information is constantly updated. And whenever you plan the use of such active substances, please take into account that particular list and the updating of the deadlines. What else I would like to mention? So in terms of pesticides and residuals of pesticides, so the residuals of pesticides according to EU, so we have the official journal, And every regulation directive of European Commission is being published in this channel, official, and the maximum residual level for all the crops and for all the pesticides can be found in the database of the European Commission, can be found on the website of the European Commission. You can see the link. Although some amendments were introduced into the website of the European Commission, and certain kind of updates have been introduced for the users of the website. On this link, you can see the EU pesticides database according to the active substances we can seek, we can find according to latest amendments to the active substances, and all of this has been uploaded from the official websites. On the pesticide residues, you can see the link about the content and the maximum percentage, allowed percentage for the plums. We can select the plum as a product, and then we can find all the active substances that have been approved as of now, as of today. I would like to show one document that we have created once we've downloaded this document. On the right side, you can export these values in the Excel sheet format. And this Excel sheet format, you can find all the maximum residual level and what is the milligram per kilo as of the day when you plan to use this kind of active substances. They are calculated in milligrams per kilo, and you can see each product separately. Now, speaking about the maximum level of, so the maximum residual level for pesticides, it shall be authorized for different agri-food or for the food for cattle, and which is based on GAP, good agricultural practice, or the lowest exposure level that would ensure the protection of all the vulnerable consumers. At the same time, I would like to show the latest amendments that were introduced in terms of the residues for phytosanitary products that I have already mentioned, that can be found in the regulation of the European Commission adopted in 2005. And this maximum concentration level has been amended. And you can also download it from the database of the European Union on the maximum residual levels. I talked about European legislation, but meanwhile, I would like to mention some of the links to the webpage on the residual level from the entire world. And the maximum residual level for various markets can be found on this website, for example, the New Zealand, or according to the Codex Alimentarius, and you can find very detailed information about the countries. And here you can see a list of countries that we have got a very good relationship with, and a lot of agricultural products have been exported to these markets, and the producers have to be harmonized with this kind of requirements on the maximum residual level. And this is the information that you can use, and you can find all the values on the maximum concentration that I mentioned above. Another very important requirement from the legal point of view, as well as from the point of view of the requirements and the specifications that are being set by the retailers from Europe, because the values that are set by the retailers are much more rigid compared with the EU legislation requirements, and they're more strict. So these retailers, like Aldi supermarket, Globus, Lidl, Kaufland, Metro, and Rewe, and all of them are coming from Germany. So they have established the maximum limit of active products per product that have or can be identified in the final products. At the same time, all the values of such kind of substances have to be at the level of 70% of the admissible concentration level for EU market, and the total amount of this active sub should not be more than 80% in total in aggregate. And also residual level shall also be up to 80%. And for some of the supermarket, it cannot exceed the 80% or 90%. The Revedi from Romania, so here the requirements are similar to the one from the European markets, from German supermarkets. You can see 5 substances, active substances per products. 50% of all these maximum residual levels shall not be expended. So we have a couple of ceilings, like 70% for different supermarkets. So what is important to mention is that we have to comply with the good agricultural practices in order not to go beyond, not to exceed the maximum residue. If we speak about fruit, stone fruit as well as vegetables, we have the level of 5. For seed fruit and for stone fruit, we have 4 substances. And also we speak about vegetables as well as for cabbage, we have 5 substances that can be identified with the values that cannot go beyond the maximum admissible limit. Now, I would like to say about ARDF. This is the active substance from the food stuff, expressed compared with the body weight that can be inhaled or used during a short period of time, during one day, without any damage, without any considerable risk for the health of the consumers, based on different kind of data, based on some of the sensible focus group of the population. It's important for the agricultural producers to comply with these requirements for the phytosanitary products residues that have been applied in use for the respective crops. So as representatives of the APM product from USAID, we are helping to implement the good agricultural practices by Moldovan farmers. So the GAP practice is a possibility to use the phytosanitary products that are recommended accordingly, that are authorized, which are considered unharmful, not dangerous according to the Moldovan as well as international legislation during all the production stages, transport, distribution, as well as the processing or transformation of the products into fodder. So these kind of practices include different kind of integrated control programs against pests for certain climatic areas, as well as the use of specific quantities of the plant protection products, as well as establishing the maximum residual level or the maximum allowed residuals to be kept at the lowest level possible. I would like to mention that a very important instrument to comply with these requirements, and that was mentioned by Mr. Fala, as well as by Mr. Gorenchoi. They said that in order to comply and to enter the markets that we have not yet managed to export to, be it plums or some other crops or some other products, it is important to speak about the implementation of the global gap or the gap requirements, and that's a possibility to harmonize and to be integrated into these requirements in terms of inoffensivity, safety, and the use of the phytosanitary products. To help the farmers to comply with these requirements, all the activities have to be planned in advance. In light of good agricultural practices, several activities and measures were envisaged. For example, what kind of active substance should have been used or planned to be used for the future year. And we've done an analysis for all the active substances, both at the level of EU, as well as used in the Republic of Moldova, as well as for the Russian Federation market. So thereby, the Moldovan producers have the possibility to plan certain active substances or phytosanitary products that can be applied in such a way that these values be respected. You can see an example on the screen on plums. The same kind of information can be found on the website of the APM funded by USAID, and all the producers that would like to harmonize with these requirements can find the information on our website for different products like plums, apples, etc. So once the phytosanitary products are being used, we have to make tests and demos on how these values are being respected. So thereby both producers and the exporters have to use all the resources of all the accredited laboratories in the respective field. And they should have a quality management system according to the requirement 17025, according to either Moldovan or European requirements, in such a way that we see that the established requirements are met by the producers and by the farmers. And if you look into one report about the residuals of the phytosanitary products, so this kind of report can look like that, like the one on the screen. You can see different limits of maximum limit of residuals, the de facto value, as well as the active substances that have been used should be lower than 70%. And you can see prodenyl 0.75, and the total amount would be 20.45%, the total. If you take it according to ARDF, then the percentage is a bit higher. Once we receive such kind of reports and once we calculate these values, we can prove that we comply with the international requirements on safe and undangerous production. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mulțumim domnului Andrei Cumpanici.
Thank you, Mr. Andrei Cumpanic, the representative or specialist on food safety from the Added Value Agriculture financed by USAID. Due to the efforts of his, many producers have reached the presented quality parameters and received the certifications mentioned in the presentation. Further on, we would like to invite Kurt Halder to take the floor, our German partner from Brussels.
You are looking...
Yes. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you very good, and I think you are. I hope you are doing well there in Germany, and yes, thank you for your hospitality on our visit to OGV in last year, and we were pleased to see how you are working on the German market. Please take your room now with your presentation, and we will be glad to hear from you your experience of working with Moldovan fruits in the German market. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Das ist jetzt die volle Zeige.
Ja.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the National Fruit Business Conference. My name is Kurt Halder. I work for OGV Nordbaden in Germany. Our company is located in Bruchsal. First of all, I would like to thank the Moldova Fruit Association for the invitation to this conference. I'm also pleased to have been invited as a speaker to this event for the third time. I would like to be in Moldova very much now, but due to the pandemic, it is not possible this year. My topics today are Moldova plums for the German market, lesson learned and future plans. Let me introduce our company first. OGV Nordbaden is a cooperative for fresh fruit and vegetables. We have got 120 members who are the owner of the company. The turnover this year will be around 63 million euros. Our main products are asparagus, sweet corn, strawberries, blueberries, and plums. Our clients are food retailers, discounters, and wholesalers in Germany. We also do export to England, France, Switzerland, and Luxembourg. due to pandemic, we had sold less asparagus this year. But on the other hand, plums were running very well. Let's look at the situation on the German market. We have got a very early start. Already on the 20th of June, the first plums were picked. But unfortunately, the prices were very small at the beginning of the season. The reason is that our customers usually start with selling plums 2 weeks later. As a result of frost and drought damage, we had a small harvest, 30% less than last year. You can see this in detail on the next slide. On 2018, this is this bar, our members harvested 2,900 tons. In 2019, 70,700 tons, and in this year it was over 1,000 tons less. In order to be able to supply our customers, we had to buy a large quantity from abroad, as you can see on the next slide with the monthly sales figures. On the left were the quantities in tons, and below the months. The green ones are the purchases. The red bars show the volume which we have got in Germany. The green ones are the quantities purchased from the Balkans and Poland, and the blue ones are the fruits from Moldova. We started in June with a small quantity in Germany. In the months July and August, we have got only 800 tons, and in September there were not more than 400, because the harvest was finished in Germany. The Balkans provided 300 tons in July, 400 tons in August, and the same volume in September. The Moldovan suppliers sold us one truck in July, 400 tons in September, and a large quantity in October. In November, they shipped only a small volume as the demand was failing sharply. On the next slide, I show you the weekly sales of the Moldovan plums. On the left, again, the quantities in tons, and below are the weeks. As you can see, sales were best in September until mid-October. From the end of October to mid-November, the demand fell sharply. I am showing the graphic because some suppliers did not want to start with deliveries until mid-October. But at this time of the year, there's almost no demand on the German market. It is very important for our customers that after the German season in September, they can buy plums from abroad without interruption until the beginning of November. If there is a gap, they will finish the season and don't buy anymore. Let's go to the problems now. Hey Leute, das ist falsch. Da habe ich. Where you've got problems, one moment please.
Între timp am vrut să într-adevăr să acordăm atenție la ce.
In the meantime, I'd like to draw your attention. Please look at the graphs presented by Kurt, because they show a model, a development model for market development in Germany. Germany has a tradition rather interesting in consumption of plums, in plum consumption during October, November. All the German families consume the plum pie, and the demand for fresh plums increases. But here we should
One moment, please.
Ja, gut.
Aber dann haben sie die, weil das schadet ja das Ganze.
Dann schau mal, mach sie mal auf. Ja, ich weiß, aber mach mal weiter. Nicht sterb, mach mal weiter. Die Schatte ist völlig falsch. Das ist völlig das falsche.
Se întâmplă și în astfel de condiții niște.
Of course, some technical issue. Hopefully we will overcome them quickly. It is the first time for us to organize such type of events online, but the message itself that Kurt wants to present to us is very important indeed. The Moldovan plums can and have all the possibilities to extend to the EU, because indeed their taste and quality can satisfy their most pretentious demands or requirements of the consumers. So the exports to markets such as Austria, Germany have doubled or are twofold, and many of the potential partners of ours would tell us that they could sell even more. But in Moldova, indeed, we need to understand that the market opportunity shall be used really fast. This was a crucial year when has demonstrated once again if we can to ensure quality requirements, and if we can work, the Europeans are ready to collaborate and to import plums from the Republic of Moldova. And in the next days we will have presentations regarding or dedicated to the current trends of creating new plantations, what varieties to use, and how we can here in Moldova to take over these varieties and adjust the marketing requirements to those requested on the market. We had good experience due to the collaboration with OGFAO. Last year we introduced a new approach of wooden boxes cross-bar of 4 or 5 kilos, and we see the trend of using different types of packages for plums for the European market. I here refer to floor pack casseroles. Last year, the council, the board of the association, together with some producers, visited Germany, and we started the entire value chain, or saw how Moldovan plants reach the supermarket chains. And if I refer to the previous presentation of Dr. Kompanic, there are laboratories in Moldova that can certify or can test trustworthy tests for the customers in the EU. Thank you.
introducem scuzele de rigoare pentru deficit.
So apologies for some of the technical issues, technical problems that we have got. So let's get back to the Republic of Moldova from the European experience. And next to me, you can see a team of exporters, representatives and members of the Moldova Fruit Association. Mr. Stefan, representing the company from Orhei, Ion Extrans from Ungeni, and Costești, and Mr. Kazaku, Pro-Inedit company. So they are both producers and exporters. And now we will have a discussion about the realities and the requirements of various markets. And I would like to invite Mr. Stefan Batlan, because he had a very good cooperation with the Kurt Helder, who was the previous speaker from Germany. And I would like to ask him to share his experience, as well as also for the sake of the conference participants, to speak about the experience, as well as maybe some lessons learned from his experience with the German market, as well as some future plans, some future possibilities and prospects from such countries and markets like Germany and Austria. Good day. I would like to welcome everybody, and thank you very much to the Moldova Fruit Association for organizing a very smooth organization of this conference. Thank you very much for the Advanced Agriculture Project, USAID funded project, as well as CBI project. Thank you very much for the support, as well as for the guidance that was provided to us. During this conference, we are talking about some results, some of the accomplishments that we have enjoyed and what we have accomplished as part of the Moldova Fruit Association. Also, I can speak about some of the sales to Austrian and German markets. I can say that we have got a very good, a positive experience. Sometimes we had challenges in the logistical terms or organizational terms. Of course, we had problems in terms of quality assurance. What shall be taken into account whenever we would like to initiate and to start exporting to the Western countries? Because I might tell you that we work with the northern part of Europe. We're covering also the northern eastern part of Europe, Baltic countries. But the most important for the Western countries is the quality. And the second is packaging, as well as the correct organization of the logistical channels. And also another very important issue is certification, compliance with the certification. In particular, the GAP certificate is very important, as well as the global GAP and GRASP certificates, also very important in order to be able to export. And I would like to urge all the producers from Moldova to start certification. Of course, it is very, it might look very scary, but nevertheless, that allows us to make a traceability of all the products that we deliver to the clients. Otherwise, they would not have any access to the markets of Germany or Austria. So there are more than 100 countries that have already got the certificates. So as here we include emerging, developing countries. All of these countries try to get the certificates. Also companies from Ukraine. Also we have countries from South African part of continent, Asian countries that have also got their certificates, and they're very successful whenever they use the certificates. Certificate is very important. The fourth issue, the fourth lesson, is also to have the maximum residual level MRLs. MRLs are very important because this pandemic crisis showed once again that we are very weak whenever we are affected by pests or diseases, and that can also be affecting us via different foodstuff. And this is very important to respect the maximum residual levels, MRLs. And this is a very important requirement from the consumers in the market of Germany. We can say that the deliveries doubled or sometimes tripled. That was a challenge, both a good and a positive experience. Now, speaking about some obstacles that we faced as producers. So we have problems that are similar to yours, dear farmers, dear producers who are watching, listening to us. We have a problem with the human resource. We don't have skilled employees. We have a lack of employees. Also, we need to get involved in each of the processes, starting from the field, also irrigation, pest control. It's difficult for us as it is difficult for you. Another very big challenge and difficulty is in terms of selling or trading, both buying as well as selling input-output to Austria, Baltic countries, as well as Poland. Also, we have problems of integrity. I will not speak about integrity issues. Another very important constraint, and I would like to reiterate what Kurt mentioned, and I would like to thank you very much. There's one term, certain kind of conditions that have to be met in order to sell. For example, end of September, beginning of November. Afterwards, it's very difficult to ensure the quality of the products because we don't have a lot of post-harvesting areas in order to store, in order to handle after November 1st. We have very few cold storages, and the post-harvesting is a difficulty for us. Cold storages, so like 2% of all the cold storage facilities from the Republic of Moldova based on the controlled atmosphere requirements. And going after December 1st, we cannot guarantee the quality if the products are not stored and handled in the cold storages, and we have to sell it before the December 1st and adjust to the price conditions. Both as traders as well as exporters would like to have a better price, because mathematics is more clear when the prices go up. Actually, we can sell at higher price. That means the demand is high and we can increase the price. Another problem is the competition with the Balkan countries. You saw this table that was shown about the total amount of plums that are produced in Macedonia, in Serbia, and we have also to be in line with this reality this year. So we've managed to get a good price for plums. That price was better than in Italy or Spain. Why? Just because of the taste. So taste is very important. Also, if you speak about the aspect how our Moldova grape looks like, because Moldova grape, table grape is harvested on the fields of the Republic of Moldova, and 90% of this grape would not be sold on the German market because they have a stone. Some other type of variety of grape should be grown, because Iran, Azerbaijan, they're growing this kind of grape without any stones, purine grapes. So that's a kind of a challenge for us. Thank you very much, and I would like to wish you a lot of patience. Stefan, thank you very much. Indeed, your comments are very important to us. I wanted to ask you one thing about the Baltic countries. Do we have any future in terms of selling our fruit in Baltic countries, or shall we do something in order to penetrate the Baltic countries? Yes, there is a future for Baltic countries. So there's a possibility to sell more. Baltic people are a bit different in nature. For them, it's very important to have a better quality and certificates, and everybody is now requiring the GRASP and the Global Gap certificate. Global Gap is very important in order to be sold on the European market. That means that it has to be not more than 35, because they are used to having like a grading like fruit that is a bigger size and delivered from Serbia. So grading is very important for the fruit. And also you spoke about the maximum residual level for fruit. And in this regard, I would like to invite Mr. Ion Ionaș. And I would like to ask Ion Ionaș to speak about his experience, about the maximum residual level, and how he managed to comply with this. Because we know that he's like a pioneer in applying different kind of technologies for storage technologies, but as well as on entering the new market, as well as the use of some new packing material. So recently he's had a very good experience to France, selling and exporting grape and to France. I would like to ask him, because he's recently installed a new packing line in small packing and flow pack for plum and for grape for the local market. So what is your experience about that? So actually I work in the Ionis Trans company. Thank you very much once again to the organizers. What I would like to say about the exports to EU markets, what I can say about that. First of all, we have only a couple of steps or actions that we need to comply, but very strictly, rigidly. First of all, about the level of residuals. the maximum level of residuals, the quality of fruit, and also another very important requirement is on-time, timely delivery, shipment without any delay. The first one. Whenever I look on the French market is a bit more like complicated compared with the German, with the Lithuanian market, the Russian, because they would like to have the extra premium quality of products. That's only. So we had the possibility to ship, to deliver grapes, but nevertheless it was very difficult for me to decide where should I buy this grape in such a way that we comply with all the requirements in terms of pesticides and pesticide control, as well as to have all the global gap and grass certificates issued on this grape. But another very important is the size of the fruit as well as the quality of the fruit. Because at the end of the day, it was a very good experience with difficulties, but nevertheless we have been asked again to ship some other amount, but we were not sure about the quality of the grape in our country, and we're not sure to provide this continuous delivery. And we refused to provide this shipment because we do not want to commit mistakes from the very first shipment. We had a very good experience. That's about grape. Speaking about plums, and I would like to reiterate what Mr. Butlan. So they would like the size of 35. They don't want to have any double plums or like of a different size. The size has to be complied. So only the extra quality is accepted. This year I implemented a new technology. So maybe technology new for us as well as for somebody else. So this is the packing of fruit in casserole flow pack. So here only extra quality can be included in these packings. So we tried using this pack on the internal market. Why? We wanted to get experience to test it on the Moldovan market on how long this fruit can last in this casserole on the flow pack, as well as the shelf life, because the delivery, the shipment in Moldova can be done quicker, and we can respond quickly whenever we need to additionally deliver some new packs. But for the next year, so we have signed contracts to export in flow pack casserole, but we still are piloting this. We are looking for proper foliage, and we are looking for proper packing or bins or everything be perfect and in line for the next year to deliver, so that we would be able to export a product that would be tasty, packed correctly, as well as delivered on time. In order to do this, we have to comply with some kind of requirements in terms of how the fruit is handled. Also, we have to be sure what is being stored. Because some people say that I put it in the cold storage and that's it. Because otherwise, if you're not doing some additional steps, you would not be able to store it correctly. Because the cold storage is not a doctor that would be able to cure any disease. I mean, whatever is being packed, they'll put there, the same will be taken out. So we have to discuss a lot and implement a lot whenever we speak about grapes and grape production. Because plums is already like a business card for us. It's easier, but for grapes we have to work much harder because we don't have the required quality in such a way that we would be able to enter some new markets. So the quality is an issue. So we have to maybe be grateful until now to the Russian Federation that they are still buying our grape. Otherwise, it would be very difficult because we need experts, both in storage as well as in growing, in production. Because we cannot handle, we cannot pack, we cannot sell or store or sell the fruit that is not grown in a quality fashion immediately from the field. They're very good for September and October, because the grape looks nice and ripe, but when we come to January or December or even end of November, we already have big problems. So we are forced at the beginning of November, end of October, we have to start the sorting lines for this kind of fruit in order to sell them as quick as possible. We need to have to be consulted. We need new technologies in such a way that to start correctly from the very beginning and then go forward.
Thank you, Yuan. Very interesting report indeed. The cold storage cannot be a place for product aging, but rather ensure the quality of what you put inside. And now Victor is asked to share the experience with regard to export to important markets for Moldova. Here referred to the market of plums and grapes, such as the Polish and Romanian markets. Good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Good afternoon to everyone. I want to thank the team that have organized this conference. I know that they had to work much in organizing it. With regard to experience in exporting grapes and plums, actually our experience is similar to the experience of previous speaker while talking about logistics and exports. I'd like to describe the components that would make easier the exports of grapes, first of all, as well as of plums. So with grapes, we have a problem in Moldova. All the producers, 99% of them, store the grapes in wooden boxes. This creates the need of selling the product in the same box, wooden box, which, if for instance, if it is necessary to further pack in cardboards, the cost of the product increases very much. So exporters, we have to export the products that we are sure of their at least of a minimum quality. For this reason, very much produce is being returned, even from Russian Federation or from other countries. With the plums, we have the same problem. We don't have sorting lines in Moldova. With regard to export of grapes and plums, we are at the level of 2011-12 when we had problems with exporting apples. So there would be no sorting lines in the country. And now we face the same problem for plums and grapes. In order to sort a truck of grapes, we incur high logistic costs to transport the produce from point A to point 2 to do the sorting, the calibration. And I guess the previous speakers have the same problem with us. So speaking about the storage of the green tail of the bunches, it's impossible to export the produce from our country if we don't ensure this. The very high prices during the season and the lack of deliveries, planned deliveries. So that in order for us to be constantly present, we need to plan 30% during the entire season. If the produce is delivered at the end of the season, we can speak either of bad quality or of low price for it. What about the Polish and Romanian markets? The Polish market is currently capable to import the produce that we have. But with the appearance of the Balkan countries on the Polish market, we have very big problems in competing with the Balkans. They have demonstrated that within a very short period, they are capable to provide any type of package that is required by the customer. And we, as an exporter at national level, we cannot do it. With Romania, for instance, we do have another problem because Romanians consume the entire export share of plums for processing. So during summertime, the 15,000 of plums are consumed for processing in Romania. And when the plum for consumption starts, we already export with an added price, but the quality is very important in Romania because likewise in Poland, the Balkan countries predominate on the Romanian market with a better quality product. So it's not only about grapes, but also apricots. Practically during the entire summer, Serbia would sell the apricots on the Romanian market. Thank you. Thank you, Victor. We still have a speaker. This is Corina. Corina is our compatriot working at Fruit in Moscow. And I would ask Corina, I'd like to ask you, how do you organize, how the store chains organize their plans, and how do you meet their requirements? And if you can explain to us all this. Good afternoon once again. As of today, there are very big problems related to the quality. So we find it difficult to make it with regard to plums because there are very many double plums and the size is very small. The plums are very soft, and there were questions that it was subject or it was beaten by hail. Last year, for instance, there were bigger orders for the plums. Even December we would sell, and the Russian market would consume our plum. This year the situation is different because as of 1 November, practically the Russians started closing the cartons. The plum would not be in demand, and the stores will have to, the price would be very high, and even the price was high, and yes, and they had to write off a lot of the plums. And because the prices went up abruptly, the stores refused or rejected our plan. And particularly due to the fact that they have big volumes of their plums, because the plum plantations show up like mushrooms, and the prices are not so big. Problem number 2, as of today, the Moldovan variety of grapes. Again, practically there were 2 weeks when they were requested very highly by the stores, and then the price went up. And they say that the tail turns brown very early, and a lot of broken berries after rains, which are stored in our refrigerators. And people don't understand that this is not grapes for export. And the paradox is that they consider that it will be sold. The price is very high. So we know that as of now the market is full. And the prices, there is a broad, range of prices in stores, for instance. Well, it is not about price. They don't want this variety, Moldova variety, because from the very start the prices were high, and they think once the prices were high from the very beginning, later the price will go up even more. Again, we don't ensure the quality for grapes. For instance, the grapes shall be like more than 250 grams per bunch. So, but in Moldova, you know, the belief is that, well, even if it's small, it's nice. So one bunch is below. The standards of stores are much higher, and the requirements are much tougher, and we find it very difficult to make it. So the third problem relates to apples, Moldovan apples. As of today, so no apples are exported to the Russian Federation. First of all, the problem resides in the price. For instance, the networks require a new, a new sale purchase system. They want us to provide a program 1 month in advance about the quantity of apples, variety and price. But you know that as of today, our producers, our Moldovan producers, would not be give you information about. They may say 1,000 tons of apples, but the price changes every day. And the stores, they disagree with this. They look for something more stable. To be honest, a lot of produce is available in the southern part of Russia. They have a lot of products that was contracted during the season, during the harvesting. And again, the quality, I don't think that the quality of Russian products is worse. There are super intensive orchards like ours. And in the end, I would like to highlight that Moldova is losing the Russian market because of the price and quality. Corina, thank you very much. You probably forgot to say about credit note that I asked about. Maybe Victor will add a little bit to what you've said. Well, with regard to credit note, our company, I don't want to disclose the figure, but for October, for instance, for each truck delivered to supermarkets, we have 15% of rebate or return rebate. So all the months long, we would have such rebate returned. Probably everybody who has delivered to supermarkets and situated in the Russian Federation, so which means $150,000 loss. So actually, what is the price that you calculate the rebate? I hope that we've had rather interesting discussions. Thank you very much for coming here. And Stefan wants to add a little bit. There is much to be added. I just want to highlight a few issues mentioned by Victor. Indeed, the Balkans sell extra good quality grapes, so that the bunch being over 400, up to 400 grams, and the package is really something to envy. The price is even more to envy. They of the Italian quality. Well, the taste maybe is not like ours, our grape, but the network, the store network, first of all asks or requires quality and then continues with the taste, and it is up to the client to choose whether or not to buy. So they don't have these problems with like cracks in the berries and so on, and at least the price is 60 € delivered. Price of products delivered to Vilnius, Kaunas. In order to understand the logistics, it is around 14-15 cents. The producer receives 9 lei, Moldovan lei, for the already packed product. Indeed, I promise that at the end of this session, I will post on Moldova Fruct website how they pack their produce. And I visited the fair in München together with Farprodum Iontulei, and they confirmed that, well, we sell at this price and we are very satisfied. We have over 15 hectares of Thompson, Victoria variety, Moldova variety, and all varieties that can grow here here they say that they have 38-40 tons per hectare, and they're very satisfied with the price of 12 to 20 euro cents, and they have development plans, and somehow they manage. While here, each producers who have good quality, more or less, they request $1. Let's be optimistic. Let's start with something to build upon, so that our actions are based on something. For instance, some history. Well, I sold that at €1, for instance. The purchasing power in Russian Federation, let us recognize that it reduced very much. Let's adjust to the realities. We are all producers. For instance, this year I harvested very little from the 14 hectares, probably about 80 tons of good quality. Indeed, we have our export channels, but this is the reality of life, and we need to somehow agree with that. And the fact that you go and somebody in the orchard say 10 lei per kilo, and when you show some cracked apple and the one from the top branch, and so we're talking about 50 euro cents. Let's adjust to reality. As Poland sells at 90 grosz, which is less than 3 bani. And look at their millions of tons. We have 600 tons of apples, plus minus 620 or maybe 58. This year, 430 tons of apples we harvested. How much of it is good for export? I would not exaggerate if we say maximum 100,000 tons for export. And this year, for instance, we have a cold storage that is prepared only to store apples. But look, the containers are empty and it's only dust in there. We did not risk to store apples there because the times are really hard and harsh. And the previous speaker say that they are following, and they say there is no prerequisite for an increased price during the top months, January, June. We need to adjust to this reality. Excuse me for saying this. Let us adjust to reality. Very simple. And again, getting back to grapes. We need to change the packaging, absolutely. So my company personally, we are searching for a possibility to pack in boxes, plastic boxes, and only via the packaging houses, and with top packaging solutions, because further on we have no other possibility to sell. So look in the Russian Federation, the same happens with grapes, plums, and because in Dagestan almost everybody grows Moldova variety in their small gardens or orchards. That's reality. We all made money in Russia, good money. But they cannot longer be made there if we do not adjust to reality. There is a high demand. The Czech Republic, Germany, Poland, they want our grapes because they have a good taste. But if we do not adjust the price, we have nothing to do there. Thank you. Thank you, Stefan. I want to ask you, if the product is good quality, we will find a trade market, and if it is correctly packed, and if they adjust the price. For instance, this year, we delivered 7 trucks to different store chains. And in all these chains, we received a firm answer that we are closing the season for grapes this year. There is a problem which gives us food for thought. What will finally happen because of the quality of the produce in the field? It's not only that it is small size, but it is cracked. We need to think and act in advance and invest in the quality of fruit from the spring. From the very spring, rather than hoping that some uncle will come and buy it. So we need to overcome these problems. Thank you. Thanks to everybody, and I hope that your message was firm and reached the listeners. Further on, we'll follow the agenda.
Fluxapiroxad face parte din grupa fungicidelor SDHI, inhibitori ai succinat-dehidrogenazei. Substanța activă blochează producerea de energie a agentului patogen, mai specific, întrerupe funcționarea normală a enzimei succinat-dehidrogenază, întrerupând lanțul respirației mitocondriale. Ca urmare, agentul patogen este distrus. Pentru a ajunge la enzima țintă aflată în interiorul celulei agentului patogen, substanța activă trebuie să treacă de toate barierele membranare. Unele dintre ele sunt foarte puțin permeabile la moleculele liposolubile, altele blochează moleculele hidrosolubile. Așadar, aflată în spatele numeroaselor bariere lipofile și hidrofile, enzima țintă este dificil de atins. Dar substanța activă inovatoare, fluxapiroxad, reușește să acționeze rapid și eficient într-un mod unic. Molecula de fluxapiroxad poate lua diferite conformații, lipofile sau hidrofile, fiind astfel mobilă în ambele medii. Se adaptează foarte repede și trece de toate barierele membranare pentru a ajunge la enzima țintă, succinat-dehidrogenază. Moleculele se fixează puternic pe stratul ceros al frunzei datorită proprietăților lipofile, iar apoi încep să se unească. Rezultă formarea unor cristale care aderă ferm la stratul ceros. Roa sau precipitațiile mobilizează o parte din substanța activă din depozitele create și activează redistribuirea intensă pe suprafața frunzei, asigurând protecția continuă a plantei pentru o perioadă lungă de timp.
BASF. We create chemistry.
Bună ziua tuturor participanți!
Good afternoon, all the participants. I want to thank the organizers for this conference, rather interesting, very useful conference. And as a last presenter, included in today's agenda, I am surprised that I am the last on the agenda because listening the presentations, the previous presentation, all the speakers mentioned the issue of the quality, all the speakers highlighting it, even in the most recent discussion, the speakers raised this problem that the quality of products is a problem, is a primary problem in our activity of trading fruits and vegetables. I will try to provide a summary on this topic because the quality-related problems are discussed and less is discussed with regard to the safety of products. And only Mr. Panic mentioned this issue, and we are to describe this. If discuss the quality of food products, the main priorities of foodstuffs are the organoleptic, like psychosensorial, and first of all, so you buy by the eyes, and then it is tasted whether the product is of a particular taste, followed by physical appearance, chemical properties and biological properties that can be determined only in a laboratory. It's not possible to test all these products and understand whether it is safe for the health or not. So the market belongs to the consumer. The Russian market is increasing the requirements, so they're pushing us all out of the market, and they impose the products that, well, we know that our products have a special taste, but there is competition on the market. Also, complexes of trade networks, international supermarket networks that have certain rules, and they require quality and safety of products, which is, and actually they impose those requirements on us via standards that they developed. We spoke about GAP and Codex Alimentarius in agriculture for fresh fruits and vegetables, but mainly we will speak about the safety-related and quality issues. So in terms of food safety of fruits, circa 50% of the food poisoning, as described in the Daily Mail newspaper, are responsible due to the fruits and vegetables. Red meat, chicken meat constitutes only 22% of the poisoning cases, because we used to think that the meat is less safe for the human health. So the trade creates strict standards just for the reason that they protect their business. They are the ones in front of the consumer, and they present our products, the products that are grown in Moldova, and they present them to the consumer of different countries. The risks in trade relations. So, in trade relations that were mentioned by the previous speaker, Mr. Butlan, Mr. Inash, Karina, so there are divergences in such relations. Those who say that the product is of good quality in terms of the standards, while those who buy it, they mention about rebate from 12 to 15% rebate in stores. How to resolve all these issues? Because those who sell, they say, I'm correct, I sell and I want to get a price that is acceptable by the consumer, the customer, or maybe not acceptable. And a third party may emerge here that would be like an arbitrator or a judge between the buyer and the seller when the products are exported in territories. This is the experience of the company that I do represent in the Republic of Moldova, SGS company. It's an international company with a long history of 25 years of work and over 40 years of experience in the world, that certifies and monitors the quality of any product. In this case, I would provide examples of certificates, SGS certificate for the delivery of apples to the Russian Federation's markets. So, quantity, quality, according to the contract that is being signed between the vendor and the buyer. The inspection is done before the shipment, during the loading. So here you can see some images. For instance, we check the truck before starting to load it. Also the quantity, if the cooling system operates, the packaging is being checked, the temperature of the product before loading, the size, the quality. In all these pictures you see all this, and finally when the truck has been loaded, so a document is accompanying the produce. And as Mr. Fala mentioned, that they check all this in Russia, and when it reaches the customer, to the buyer, so then SGS intermediary assumes the responsibility that everything that has been loaded is in line with the contract. We need to study all this information carefully, and then we can discuss and we can help you in resolving these issues. The risks of fruit contamination. First of all, the safety of the product. I mentioned about the quality, which is agreed between the producer, buyer, exporter, and buyer, importing buyer from the respective country. While this part related to food safety or safety of products depends on the laboratory by chemical, physical, and microbiological parameters. I will show you a study, case study made in Sweden. So, fruits and vegetables from 2007 to 2000. What is the development? And then they reached 20%. The same situation is in France, Germany. So, is Moldova among these produce suppliers that exceeded the limit of residues in these products? I will tell you this further on, and this is a report, a graphic report, the Codex Alimentarius in Agriculture. Why this limit is exceeded, if a pesticide that is approved, but the application rate could be exceeded, might be exceeded. The number of treatments or applications, method, and waiting period before harvesting might be exceeded. These are the reasons. We can produce the products, but we need to observe certain rules.
Lista fructelor legume în lume s-a făcut un studiu cu cele mai mari conținuturi.
So a certain kind of study was made with a higher level of pesticides. We look into spinach, in grape, apricots, peach, sour cherries, as well as the plum. So you can see these are the 10 fruit that accumulate the highest level of pesticides. And this limit goes beyond. Whether these kind of residuals go beyond that particular limit depends on the exposure, depends on the application and how much phytosanitary products have been used. Now, if you look into the content of the maximum residual level, first of all, it depends on the quality of the phytosanitary product that you use for application, and the second depends on the skill and the competence of the person who is applying that particular plant protection product. I'm working as an auditor in the Global Gap, and I visited a lot of companies, a lot of farms in Moldova, and this year and the previous years I helped a lot and consulted a lot the Moldovan companies, and I've come to the conclusion that the persons who are applying the phytosanitary products in Moldova, sometimes they lack skills. They don't have the second problem is the quality of the equipment, the sprinklers that are being used, and the specialists should know all this information. Depends on the quantity, how much is applied. It depends on the skill of the mechanical driver who is applying. Depends on the climate conditions when it is applied, like temperature, wind blowing, as well as the moisture, humidity level. It's very important to actually have a certain waiting period until the harvest is started. Regretfully, so we saw situations when the harvesting for our product in the Republic of Moldova is not respected, is not done accordingly after the application of these phytosanitary products. Now the question is how we can calculate the content of pesticides residual level, be it in fruit. So in the fruit that we are discussing during this national conference, I would like to inform you about the following so that you know about this. So that all the results when we calculate the pesticide residues in the fruit depends on the following, depends on the method of storage. I mean, only 20%, so 80% can be kept like in the lab. So what does that mean? When you are doing the sampling, and if you're not collecting the sample correctly for the quantity of the product that will then be harvested, yielded, already stored, and then being used in the testing of the laboratory, if you are not able to ensure that particular sampling representation, you might get a result that is not the right one. Second, it depends on the lab. Only 20% of the result is conditioned by the laboratory. It depends on the skillfulness of the lab staff, accreditation level, as well as the requirement set. So you have to be very carefully. So what is the method used in that particular lab? It depends on the sampling, it depends on the lab qualification, and also it depends on the skills of the of ANSA, National Agency for Food Safety. Now, what kind of phytosanitary products and fertilizers are used in the Republic of Moldova, that are allowed to be used in the Republic of Moldova? I would like to tell you that unlike the other countries that I am visiting as an auditor, like Ukraine is, or for example, Russian Federation, or Uzbekistan, or Georgia, or like the other countries, Romania and the others, so our website, which is called the pesticide.md, and you can find the entire registry of fertilizers and pesticides. This is the best one. Of course, it has to be updated, it has to be improved, but nevertheless, this is the best website that you can find all the pesticides, and about 900 of phytosanitary products, in fact, are already certified. Periodically, once or 2 months, the list is being adjusted and updated according to EU requirements, and then we remove some of the pesticides pesticides. Also, we have about 200 and more active substances that are certified. What is coming next? So first of all, we speak about the laboratories, and we give the laboratories all the samplings, all the samples of our products. And in these laboratories, actually we have 3 laboratories in Moldova. So the first one is the quality control of pesticides from the homologation center. Also, we have the Central Phytosanitary Laboratory from ANSA on Manole 4th Street in Moldova, in Chisinau. And you can see that the total number of active substances is on the second column. So the first one is 94 active substances that can be identified by ANSA, as well as 510 in the accredited by MOLDEC. Also, if you look into the metrological center, so they can identify 40, as well as the attestation and control of quality can identify 23 substances. If you look on that particular chart, and if you look in the total, we can see that so we might find the same active substances in different laboratories, and we can say that approximately 95 out of 300 active substances, we have only 30% that can be unrevealed or identified. And also using some other methods, we can identify 50% of all the active substances. What happens to our products? For example, whenever we apply the pesticides, but we are not able to identify the residuals, we are not able to calculate the residual level. It's important to identify in such a way that we can prove the quality and the safety of the foodstuff to show that it's safe and harmless. So this is one laboratory from Italy. I don't want to make any publicity to this Italian laboratory, but you can see that this laboratory has about 700 active substances, a metabolic substance that can be identified, 10 accreditation and international acknowledgement. This is the private lab. Those people who are not able to identify pesticides in the Republic of Moldova as residues in our stuff, they can go to this international laboratory. Also, we have one in Germany. Also, we have another one in Italy. Whether it's good or bad? No, it's not good, because we have still problems. They have to pay a lot in order to go to these laboratories in Italy and in Germany. But nevertheless, if you want to sell the products, it's necessary to go and do this kind of check. And the producers go there, and they have to comply with the system. And this is the system of controlling the products that will be then shelved and sold on the market. So there is a system which is called RESF, and this is the European system for food and foodstuff, as well as Rospotrebnadzor from Russia and ANSA from Chisinau. So this system exists in all the countries. So thereby, periodically, all of our foodstuff, all the products shall be checked. So lab analyses are being done. In addition to this, and I would like to mention, to reiterate what Mr. Kompanic mentioned, the buyers also making this kind of lab analysis. They are less, this kind of laboratory testing are less done like in Russia or in the Eastern countries. But in the European countries, these laboratory testing are being done constantly, according to the European requirements and according to the RESF system. And you have to take into account these requirements. Look, this is the annual report of 2019, and this is from the RESF European system. And you can see the results from the annual report, and it shows the total result for fruit and vegetables and how much quantity was identified. And actually the top countries, this is Turkey, and then followed by Bulgaria. And these are somehow competitors on the European market and on the Russian market. And the situation on the Russian market is the same. So look at the Moldovan situation. The intensity of using the phytosanitary products reduced from 10/12 kilos to about 1.5 kilo, or for example 2 kilos at the utmost. Also, the phytosanitary products are kind of expensive. Thereby, the farmers and the producers are kind of selective. They have agronomists, they hire agronomists, and thereby the quantity is applied in a less amount compared with the 90s. Is it good or bad? It's good. It's beneficial from all points of view of using less of phytosanitary products. Also, I would like to mention the global gap. This is an acknowledged standards for agricultural production. It's an international requirement, and this has been tested for many years, and the best standard. And I can tell you that I've been working so many years in certification, inspection, sampling. I've done a lot of this work, lab analysis, etc. And I can tell you that this global gap is a very well-structured standard, and it's not very simple and plain to implement. But nevertheless, in Moldova, we have already certified about 100 agricultural households or farms. So we have 100 already certified. Also, the Moldovan legislation in that particular field is like 50–60% in line with the global gap requirements. But what is lacking in Moldova is that the application sometimes is not monitored. But nevertheless, according to the standard, so they have to verify constantly the enforcement of these requirements. Globally, we have about 2.5 million farmers that are certified globally. In Moldova, we have about 100 agricultural farms, but Russia is also implementing that particular standard. And I personally certified these 20 cattle breeding farms from, actually farms from Russia. They initially started with the vegetables, and these are the supermarkets from Russia that are requiring this global gap. Georgia has only 11 farms, Ukraine has 60 farms, less than Moldova, so we have 100 farms. Now, conclusions and the problems for Moldova. So it's important for the certification system to be brought, that is being done by the ANSA, to be done in compliance with the requirements set up by the European Union. So that's important. Also, there's a possibility to have a conflict of interest because ANSA is now controlling the market, also is collecting all the samples, is doing the inspection, is doing the lab analysis, and also ANSA is issuing the certificate. That's a conflict of interest, because if ANSA comes to the market and says that a certain product is not compliant, so maybe somebody should be blamed, maybe the producer's fault, or maybe it's the trade system, or maybe the retailer's fault, but nevertheless, that's the conclusion of ANSA. And that's a conflict of interest. This is my conclusion, because for so many years I've been working in the gold standard of USSR as well as of the Moldovan Republic, and they are constantly, we're talking about conflict of interest. So thereby we're not able to accomplish a good result. So it's important to remove this conflict of interest. And we also should look into the conformity assessment, and we have to go to European standards. Conclusions. So first of all, the following actions are necessary to evaluate the need to balance and to endow our Moldovan laboratories in order to be able to identify the active substances according to the requirements and homologation system. For example, we have about 200–220 active substances that can be certified, but only up to 100 can be de facto identified. So thereby we have to go to European and to international labs. Second one is to resort to authorities as well as to external donors in order to have a local laboratory that would be in line with the international requirements. Third, to apply standards for the production of fruit and vegetables as a tool that would ensure the safety and the security of the products. Fourth, to amend the certification and evaluation system for fruit and vegetables, and this system is now being coordinated by ANSA. We have to avoid this conflict of interest, to evaluate the production and different kind of methods that are being used, and to control the safety of growing and production. So the global gap shall be introduced in Moldova. And once again, I would like to reiterate what the previous speaker said about global gap, and that was Mr. Ionashko in the previous panel, as well as the other speakers mentioned. It's very important to have this global gap, and that's a very good requirement to be followed. And in the end, I would like to thank you very much for listening to me and for listening to my presentation, as well as for taking part in this conference. Mind your health, and because we are on the eve of Christmas, I would like to wish you Merry Christmas, as well as be prosperous through quality. So we have to ensure very good quality, because the last year was very kind of bad and unsuccessful. Let's have health and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Sergiu Creitoru. SGS company, we have finally reached the end of the first conference day. I hope it was interesting for you. we've discussed and we highlighted the main challenges, problems and successes achieved in the fruit growing sector. In our turn, we want to thank you, dear participants. So using this opportunity, and I'd like to mention our sponsors or partners, who sponsor the organization. First of all, the investment agency, main sponsors, companies such as Adama Advice and Consulting, Bayer Company, Corteva, BASF, Livada Moldova Project, Fitomag, and of course the media partner, news portal Agrobusiness. And we invite you to participate tomorrow, starting 10 o'clock. For tomorrow, we've included very interesting talks that relate or show us how to face the challenges that are encountered on the trade market. I want to say goodbye to you and thank the speakers. May you have good health and see you tomorrow.